Man, I really need to remember to do system check and volume control or volume check before starting these streams. Here we go. Wait, who was that first to view and comment? See, that's another thing I need to remember to do whenever I get ready to start a live stream. Get either my phone or my computer ready, so that way when the stream starts, I can just immediately go on to YouTube and just view my... you know what I mean. I don't know how to exactly specify what the hell it is I'm talking about. Hey, hold on a second. Is this on a playlist? Nope. Need to delete this. Man, there's a lot of stuff here I need to delete. Screw it. I'll just look it up on my computer. Let's see. Videos. That was my damn live stream. Here it is. Kind of weird how it works. Like if I try to find my own live stream as I'm streaming on my computer or as I'm streaming a game, if I try to look it up on my computer, well, it's easier. I just gotta go to my videos on my channel, go to live, but then I have to, it specifically takes me to the video details, but not to the actual video itself, because then from there I gotta click on the video link. Whereas on my phone, I have to go on my phone and hopefully, oh, I gotta turn the volume down. And then from there, I gotta hopefully find where it is on mobile. Like YouTube on PC versus on mobile, it is so weird. Hey, another release from Storm Collectibles. Golden X Dead Frame. Yeah, nothing interesting. Well, if it ain't my no good, all around, very round, down under, over the top, that good old son of a bitch, that good old jackass, that one guy you always know. No, the main man, the other man, the first man, the last man, the man, Flip. I probably could have gone a little longer with that. Who cares? Wait a minute. Nice cape. Nope, lost that wager. Wait, what do you mean lost that wager? And nice cape? Unless you're being sarcastic about the cape. Okay, I will admit, I'm a bit paranoid. Wait, so I had a nerd realization. Hulk can never use a Red Lantern ring. The ring replaces the user's heart, and I don't think Hulk's healing ability would allow that. Yeah, because actually, I never heard of any lantern ring, or at least with Red Lanterns, I never heard of any of them having this oh so amazing healing ability. I think whatever healing ability a character has, as far as the lanterns, is their own natural healing ability that they have. Like with Supergirl, her healing ability is 100% natural for Kryptonians. So that's why even with a red ring, she can heal. But again, that's just because Kryptonians have the ability to do so. Like, that's the thing about Superman. That's one power he has that he's displayed in comics adaptations, but you don't really see that often, is a very impressive healing ability on par with the likes of Hulk or Wolverine. It's just one of his powers that doesn't really get displayed that much, because he actually did, let's see, like that, like a couple times where he actually, how often did he show it off in the New 52? Because I know someone showed a few panels of that, but it was mainly from the New 52, where he had a whole hand severed, only for him to later show that it's actually healed all the way. Like basically just healed as if brand new. So that's one. Well, there's actually a lot of things about Superman that a lot of people neglect. Either because they don't know enough about him, but they'll still talk all kinds of mess about him anyways, saying he doesn't do this, he doesn't have that ability, he's this and that or whatever. Like Superman is actually displayed throughout comics that he is an excellent, well-trained combatant. And even at times where he's not using a whole bunch of fancy martial arts, the way he strikes, the way he attacks his opponents, he's not just like throwing his arms out like some amateur. Yeah, he's not skilled enough to be top 10, but as massive as the DC universe is, where there's a lot of people who are well trained in hand-to-hand combat, to be good enough to be considered not just even considered top 10, but considered a honorable mention, there's a lot that goes into it just to be able to get that. I started sharing my theory that Superman's powers and strength are not properly shown in comics, and he's a lot more powerful than we realize. It has caused a few people to pause and speak. Yeah, that's actually, there's been a few comics that have taken the time to show just the kind of power Superman has. It's just that he's the level of power he has or what he's capable of doing with it is not shown that often, because not every situation really gives him that opportunity. Not to mention, sometimes a lot of the comics will limit what Superman can do, or at least how fast he can do it, just to give other characters a chance to shine, even if only for a moment. Okay, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. For some reason, I cannot find my own dang live stream on my phone. Like, I'll go to the library. Oh, here it is. I just had to go to the library. But it did not give me that option before. Yeah, YouTube mobile is very annoying. Also, there's the fact of how many powers Superman has. What was I talking about earlier? Oh yeah, as far as his fighting ability. What the heck is this? As far as Superman's fighting abilities, he's a lot better at fighting than people give him credit for. And the thing is that a lot of those people, a majority of people who say that Superman's not good at fighting, or he has little to no training, a lot of that is people who either don't read a lot of Superman comics, or they just hate the character, or just like to hate on the character. Of course, it's always easy to do that, just hate on someone for no reason, not even bothering to get to know the character. 150 source marks, give me a break. And it's just hair. It should not be that much just to give a character hair, or buy a certain hairstyle. Like the amount of grinding for resources you have to do just for a hairstyle. Now I can understand if it's a very powerful armor, or weapon piece, but if it's merely for a certain style, a weapon style, a hairstyle, or clothing style, like that's just it, just the style itself, not whatever attributes that specific style has, then it shouldn't be that much. And hey, I just caught a mosquito. There was a mosquito flying around in my room. I caught the dang bastard. I'm gonna be flying around in my room, stay in this house without paying rent. Dang bugs. 90s comic book hair, huge and fabulous. Oh yeah, like back in the 90s. Wait, I thought it was the 80s. Wasn't it like the mid or late 80s when Superman had long hair, a mullet? Well, no, it wasn't during his fight with Doomsday. No, he still had his typical short hair with the cowlick when he fought Doomsday. Wait, Restoration. 42. Yeah, it was when he came back to life after that, during the reign of the Superman arc. He had the mullet. Hey, if anything, that means that means I'm better than Saitama, because Saitama had a lot of difficulty catching that mosquito. In fact, it was only that mosquito lady that Genos was fighting. Like obviously that's a much bigger target, not as hard to miss, and the fact that she was standing there gloating over him before she killed him. Like she was distracted by gloating over Genos, that Saitama had time to catch up and kill her. Yeah, like Superman, and also who else did that? Those, let's see, characters like Superman, Aquaman. The only time I remember Nightwing having long hair, it was in a specific episode of Teen Titans. No, it wasn't that once a future thing. That was an episode from Justice League. But no, there was an episode of Teen Titans where Starfire ended up transported to the future. Well, who was it they were fighting? There was some dude they fought who had the power to travel through time. And in that episode, Robin became Nightwing during the 20-year time skip, and he had long hair. Yeah, and Thor in the comics, he tends to switch between having a beard versus not having a beard, having long hair versus having short or medium length hair. So Thor had more changes for his hairstyle compared to anyone else, or at least anyone else I could think of. And now that I think about it, Iron Man, in one of the series he had back in the 90s, he had a mullet. That was just in that cartoon. I don't think he ever had a mullet or any kind of long hair, at least in the comics. And usually when I talk about characters having a certain look, I mainly mean in mainstream comics, whatever is considered like the main universe, as opposed to alternate universes or anything like that. Wait a minute, Robin from the first animated series they had? That Robin? How was he cringe in that series? I would definitely agree if you were talking about Teen Titans Go. Like Teen Titans Go, on the surface, it is pretty funny, but it's unfortunate that it has to be the characters based on an earlier series, like a reboot of that series.
Lords of Order,
Whereas,
grant us your favor.
I don't know, like taking characters like the Teen Titans, or any other comic book characters like X-Men and making a comedy series out of it, I got no problem with that. It's just the fact that you can obviously look at Teen Titans Go and tell that those characters, their characterization is based off of an earlier series that came before, which for them was, what was it, in the early 2000s. Like Teen Titans Go, their world, their characterization is based kind of loosely off of that. And I'm like, that's just insulting to the original series. The Black Shazam? He was very try hard a few episodes. Like, sweaty, hard breathing, try hard. So yeah, not cringe all the time, but enough to warrant the title. Hmm. Yeah, definitely as far as like thinking of cringe when it comes to Robin, definitely things that would come to mind would be something like Robin in Teen Titans Go or Damian Wayne Robin. And well, I would say Robin from Batman and Robin. Let's see, with Poison Ivy, Mr. Freeze, Bane, and all of them. But that movie in general was actually cringe. It wasn't just Robin. Yeah, they did it. I don't know what episode nor what season it was, but one of my friends, I think one of my friends showed me that where they were watching a few scenes from the original series, and I think it was Beast Boy who said, "Yo, they canceled this show. They canceled this show for us." Like they were acknowledging how much more badass they were in the original cartoon compared to how they are in their own. Or when they did a crossover with members of Young Justice and they had to make themselves all super serious and whatnot just to be cool enough to actually hang or team up with the members of Young Justice. I hate whenever I ask someone a question like, "Can I join your league?" And it's like somehow they never respond or even answer. And I'm thinking they're not away from keyboard. It doesn't say that they're away. So either they are away, but they haven't been away long enough for something like this, where this guy has the word away next to their name, or they're just choosing to ignore me. What's so funny about Starfire was just how naive she was to Earth culture in general, despite how long she lived on Earth. But somehow, when I was getting into DC Comics in general, I kept thinking that was Starfire's personality everywhere. But it wasn't until let's see, reading comics and watching other adaptations that had Starfire in it, I learned that sort of personality she has it's way different in the comics, and they don't portray exactly the same way in other adaptations. Like she's not in in the original series, she's not stupid by any means. She's just not nearly as naive when it comes to Earth culture as her early 2000s counterpart was. So nowhere near as naive. And she was less reserved when it came to whatever came to subjects, certain conversations that could be considered innuendo, sexual. Cause she wore a lot of revealing costumes throughout her appearances. Even by the time of New 52, she still wore very revealing clothing. So she was definitely not shy about the subject of sex. That's for sure. In fact, there was a lot of liberties the cartoon took that basically took me by surprise. Like with Jinx. Because in the cartoon, you see how Jinx looks. She looks like a witch. Pale skin and clothing that looks typical for a witch. But Jinx in the comic books looks absolutely nothing like how she does in the cartoon. Because in the comics, she's what, Middle Eastern? Yeah, she's Middle Eastern. I don't remember if it says she's from India, but anyways, she's Middle Eastern, bald, and her costume is basically, she looks absolutely nothing like her adaptation in the Teen Titans cartoon. And there's also Brother Blood. Brother Blood, both in his abilities and his appearance, looks nothing like he does in the comics compared to how he was adapted for that cartoon. And they said that part of it was like they took certain liberties because obviously he's going to be portrayed in a cartoon. Same thing with Deathstroke. Deathstroke's real name is Slade Wilson. But they took liberties with his name, so that's why in the cartoon, so they toned it down. So instead of Deathstroke, he's just referred to by his first name of Slade. Couple cups of coffee in the morning. Yeah, I'd say with Raven, it almost felt like I get it. She's a teenager struggling with the fact that her father is a demon, constantly trying to influence her and make her evil and all that other stuff. But I'm thinking they're really going out of their way to portray her as antisocial, someone who doesn't really hang out with people. Which I get, but I don't know, they really took it up to 11 with that. The whole angsty, loner, emo teenager thing. Which other adaptations and how she's originally portrayed in the comics didn't really take it that far. Like, yeah, she's not as open about herself, she doesn't really interact with people in the same way as some others of the group, like Beast Boy does. But she's nowhere near the pessimistic, antisocial emo type that they did for her in the cartoon. Like in the comics and other adaptations, she's a lot more social. Sometimes being portrayed as being nervous around people, not like outright scared or too afraid to do anything, but just nervous because she's just worried that if she doesn't exercise control, then her father will be able to take control over her and unleash all kinds of evil. Whereas in the Teen Titans cartoon, she was a straight up jerk. Like to the point where you can't help but wonder why the hell is she even part of the team? Like why bother being part of this team if I don't know, she just really did not seem at all like the kind of person who would socialize with anyone or even want to be part of a team. Where like you can't help but wonder every now and then, why are you even part of this team if there's a lot of nuances to it. Or yeah, it's just because like you're part of a team, but being part of a team doesn't mean that like you got to be friends with everyone or you got to interact with everyone. And at the same time, with the way she looks, there might not be a lot of places where people would be willing to let you move in, let alone jobs you can work for a living. Because Raven doesn't exactly look, let alone act like the kind of person a lot of people would feel comfortable with working.
I am Lex Luthor. I have achieved everything with no superpowers except my own will and intent.
They made her the ultimate goth emo, or emo goth, however you want to swing it. yes they did. Like to the point where it's annoying. Where I'm thinking, can you really complain about how bad the people you live with or how annoying they are when you choose to live with them? Because where else exactly were you living? Where were you staying? You had to be staying somewhere, eating food somewhere, because she did not look the slightest bit emaciated. What's the word? Emaciated? She did not look like someone who was on the verge of being skin and bones, looking anorexic in any way. And plus, like, being part of a team doesn't mean you have to live together or anything. Like with the Justice League, they're all part of the same. For everyone who's ever joined the Justice League, they may be part of the same team, but it's not like their base of operations or their headquarters. They have to live there. Like basically everybody had a life outside of being part of the team. I was thinking about the cartoon Justice League. Let's see, the Justice League cartoon. Hey, speaking of which, can I join this person's league? It's actually a lot of cool leagues with cool names that unfortunately they're like iconics only. Can't be a OC or anything. Which is kind of funny because one of my main characters, Nor, the league he's joined with, it's an Iconics league, and I'm one of the few people in that league as Nor who's not an iconic character, but an entirely original character who just happens to be a Martian. Oh, now I gotta go fight off Giganta. Oh, excuse me. Go fight Giganta and one of the other bosses. Hey, wait, this gives me an idea. If Flip's got all this free time, maybe he and I can finally get together and play some Dragon Ball. Okay, we gotta find out if there's any other games that he might have, or any games we both might have that we can play together. Can't you play Dragon Ball all the time? Can we? Speaking of which, after I'm done with this stream, to find out well, my subscription for PlayStation Now, not PlayStation, yeah, it is PlayStation Now. I get so confused. PlayStation Now, it's a subscription, some kind of service that allows you to play other games that I don't actually own or have downloaded. It's just a bunch of games that's free. Almost kind of like a demo for games. Whereas PlayStation Plus is the one that allows me to interact with people and play online. I'm trying to remember. There was a game that I was able to play online even without PlayStation Plus. I believe that was. Yes, I believe that's DC Online. Like, even without PlayStation Plus, games like DC Online, I can still play. DC Online, Dauntless. But I think that just requires me to have Wi-Fi access. Kind of goes without saying. Oh, hey, that's good. You know, I probably shouldn't have wasted that. I mean, even if I die, I just make my way back. Sasha Phoenix. I wonder if their character is related to Jean Grey or something. Gotta admire all these different types of strategies people are employing in this one boss fight. You got plenty of them who are. You see, you got one right there, and I don't think that person's really participating. But you got me as I am right now, and that person right there, just let's see, hanging back while shooting projectiles, while flying in the air. And you got those two who are hanging back and firing projectiles. They're on the ground, but I don't think they have the ability to fly. They have a few others who are actually fighting up close and personal. The employment of different strategies for fighting. It's always nice to see. Still annoying how when it comes to boss battles, how you're doing so well, but man, that guy can talk.
Spectrum is a real nightmare. Hopefully you gave the people of Earth a way.
So many different styles, but even if you got majority of the people up close and personal fighting while you're just hanging back and shooting projectiles, the boss can still shoot some kind of projectile at you that does.
We got this thing in the bag.
There's some kind of like instant kill type of damage.
Battle. Well done.
Hey, well look who's back. Wait, Justice Swing? Man, so many variations for the team name of Justice League. You got Justice Swing, Justice Hey, actually, no, I created a league like that before called Justice Purveyors. Of course, wait, why did I disband? Because when I was playing as Captain Cosmic, I came up with the league name. What was it? Oh yeah, Cosmic Squadron. But eventually, I just got tired of it and I deleted that league because there was no one really contributing to that league, despite the people I invited to. The amount of members I have had. That's one of the unfortunate things about having league members. Even if you have it as a rule that they have to contribute at least regularly enough, doesn't have to be a huge amount, but just on a regular basis. But some people would join the league but not even bother being active for months. The flip beacon. What, you had food cooking in the microwave? Or just checking your security cameras, making sure there's no dang raccoons or some darn hooligans out there? Oh yeah, I remember I told you, Flip, when we was having a conversation before about how I had to basically scare some kids off of my lawn. I basically had to become that old man who tells those kids, "You kids get off my lawn." Because for some reason, basically, from what I heard, there was a cat that they saw. Because there's a lot of stray cats that hang around my neighborhood. Stray cats, dogs, and as I officially seen the other night, some stray raccoons. Of course, I don't know if you can really call raccoons strays because you don't really see raccoons kept as pets that often. But yeah, apparently there are in fact raccoons around the area where I live. Of course, that was the first time in my whole life, in all the years that I've either visited this area or I lived in this area, that was like the first, and so far it's the only time I've seen a raccoon. And I used to joke about that a lot. But anyways, so apparently a bunch of kids, one of them saw a stray cat just hanging around the bushes in my grandma's front lawn. Because yeah, the stray cats, some of them do come across our house and a few others in the area pretty often. And those kids, for some reason, they just a few of them at first, because how many was it? It was 2 on the lawn, but 4 on the sidewalk. So I think it was like 6 in total. Yeah, there's no telling what those kids could have done to that cat. But anyways, a couple of those kids just came onto the grass trying to find that cat. Just making their way around the bushes, crawling around there for some reason. Like somehow they thought it was okay to just go onto some stranger's property, even if it was for a stray. And there was like 2 or 3 of them on the lawn doing that. Marvel, see, this is what I was talking about earlier. So many leagues with cool names that only allow iconics. I'm like, there's so many other people who are just whatever version of Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, X-Men, Avengers characters. Like, do that many of y'all like? Okay, I'll rant about this later. But anyways, so a couple of those kids saw some random cat around my grandma's bushes, and a few of them ran onto the lawn, and they're looking for it, and then they told the others, and the rest of those kids were about to run onto the lawn to look for whatever cat they saw. At first, I didn't say anything. I was like, wait, do I just say anything or do I just leave it alone? But when I saw how those other kids were getting ready to run onto the damn lawn, I was like, okay, I can't just stay silent anymore. I was like, oh, hell no. And that's when I shouted out my window. I was like, hey, get off the grass. And they all went running off the grass. They went running off the grass and just, let's say, a whole bunch of them ran off. And as they were running down the sidewalk, one of them shouted out for some little girl who I guess was like the youngest of the group to hurry up. And these weren't like no teenagers. I think like the oldest one of them had to be like maybe 11. I'd say they were about between 10 and under. Aunt Man. What the hell's Aunt Man? Well, anyways, alright, I'm thinking I gotta stop saying like so much. Anyways, on the one hand, I can understand, like, on the one hand, it was a cat, and cats do make for good pets, but again, it's a stray. You don't know it. You don't know if it's possible, the possibility that cat could have some disease like rabies. If that cat is sick or affected with something, or if maybe, just maybe, that cat actually belongs. If that cat is running around that house, maybe it belongs to the people who live in that house, and they just let that cat roam free. Because a lot of cats are like that. There's a lot of people who own cats, but their cats tend to get out and just run off doing whatever because they just feel like it. Oh, aunt as aunt. Okay, I get it. Now, where was I? Oh yes. So you never know for sure that cat that you see running around, maybe it actually belongs to someone. But at the same time, if it's on someone else's property, even if it's on their front grass, even for kids their age, they should know better than just to do that, just to run up on someone's front lawn, scurrying around the bushes trying to look for something that probably doesn't even want to be messed with.
What can I help you with?
Whoever those kids' parents are should better teach them that, not to just be running on people's lawn like that, because that's dangerous. Because some neighbors, they will come outside and get in your face and yell right at you. Others will just straight up shoot at you. But we obviously don't want that, now do we? Let's change our costume real quick. Yep, that old saying. Some kids say the darndest things and do the darndest things. Because they don't know any better. But even I knew better than that when I was growing up. To just run on someone's grass like that just because I saw something that wasn't even mine to begin with. I remember when I told my mom about it when she came by to visit, saying if it was necessary for me to do that because I could have possibly scared those kids. But of course, when you think about it, yeah, it is a good thing I was able to scare those kids off. I don't want those kids running on dang front grass like that. They don't keep this house maintained neatly, just so a bunch of kids can just come running around it like they own the dang place. Parents should teach them not to do something like that. Crazy how I keep giving her an outfit with the Kryptonian symbol, even though Captain Cosmic is not Kryptonian. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that looks good. Well, you never know. Maybe that still is a thing. Just Obviously not here in America. At least as far as in the United States. Let's see, get the Cosmic Xenorax. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Xenorax real quick. Try to at least, I want to do that for every antagonist. Make sure they're all at, or every villain. Make sure they're up to at least 350. At least for the ones I have access to. That's it is unfortunate when it comes to. There's a lot of parents who they'll just let their kids run out. Oh, that looks pretty cool. They'll let their kids run around and do and say whatever. And if someone else tries to discipline that kid, they'll be all like, "Hey, you leave my son or daughter alone. Don't you be again on them." And sometimes they'll say, "Well, I wouldn't have to if you were actually doing a better job of disciplining your kid or teaching them not to do something like this." Because for all you know, maybe your kid wouldn't be doing that if you taught them in the first place why doing this or that is wrong, why they shouldn't be doing it. Wait, I already have that? But I don't have enough for the pants. And I am at what, 64? So I need 6 more. Oh man, I would have so much fun with that. Like a kid, of course I'd have to make sure it's a kid who's actually not behaving properly, so that way if they do something stupid, if I tase them, I don't have to worry about getting in too much trouble for it. But I would have no objections to that. Like some little bastard causing trouble or being annoying, tase him. Like obviously the taser would have to be a low powered taser. Enough to get the kid to stop, but not enough to I guess I'm saying like where you have a taser with enough power to take down an adult. But obviously it shouldn't have as much power for a kid, just enough to take down a kid.
It's an ambush.
You know what I mean?
But someone's trying to hack your League Hall's defenses. I hope you don't mind me doing my best to keep them out. Oh man, Batman knew Raps wanted to get captured and imprisoned here.
These kind of missions are pretty fun, kind of unique. The missions where you have some kind of mission that takes place within your League Hall. And even if you and the people you team up with, if you don't have an actual League Hall, it'll still take you to some random one. Said what? Gotta be a bit more specific, Flip, because you know I say a lot of things. I like to talk fast. There's so many info knobs, like that one right there that I have yet to select that I missed. Oh, forest area. Swamp Thing live around here? I really like the voice they gave for Batman Reacts. A good combination of creepy yet crazy. Well, thank you, Cliff. The number of people who compliment me on the way I sit, the way I sound, I should definitely become a voice actor. Yes, being a voice actor isn't as easy as some people would probably think it is. That's actually pretty fun. Yes, being a voice actor wouldn't be easy, but there's just sometimes where you hear. But what do you know? Someone really is a huge fan of Swamp Thing. That would explain that earlier part we went through. But there's just some voice acting choices you choose for a character, and it's a character who's had previous voice actors before, and all you can think is that previous voice actor did a much better job. This one they hired for this specific whatever just didn't do that well.
There is nothing left of who you used
Where
to be.
maybe it's not that the
Just a
voice is
shell
bad, but
of
just
who
doesn't fit the character.
I am sorry.
Like Venom in Marvel
must
vs.
finish the
Capcom
job.
Infinite.
My program.
That voice he has and how high pitched it is, it sounds like something you'd expect from the likes of Carnage. It's not that the voice is bad, it's not cringy or annoying. It's just not very, just doesn't sound very fitting to Venom compared to all the voices he had in the past. And I'd say the best voice acting performance for Venom would have to be Spider-Man 64. Sure, it was later adapted onto PlayStation. But anyways, in Spider-Man 64, Venom's voice in that game, it is definitely my favorite. I'm pretty sure I could make my voice sound maybe not extremely deep,
Once may not
but
have been
deep enough to where I don't know how to really describe it. As far as high pitch, I don't know. I'm not really good. I definitely know for a fact I'm not good at hitting at high notes. Be talking and singing. Person over here named Sarah Jax. Maybe I should have done this mission while playing as my character Ajax. Of course, for her, Farrah Jax is like a first and last name, whereas Ajax is one word.
Activating protocol. Rampage.
Zaps and blasts and boom booms. Is that any better? Ah, I better call it the boom tube. Wait, who even named it that? Because I don't think a term boom tube is something Darkseid himself has come up with. One thing I want to get back into doing as far as live streaming is streaming like just a full playthrough of a story mode. I think one of the best ones I did for that are the fighting games that I played that have story modes, like the NetherRealm games, as well as adventure games that have it divided into chapters. One of my favorite series of playthroughs, Doom. Of course, there's actually almost no dialogue that really goes on in Doom. To the point where that's why, for that one, I felt it necessary to do commentary for that. Well, there's plenty of talking that goes on in other games I played, from Mortal Kombat X, Resident Evil 4. I just remembered I did a live stream, but it was 3 live streams. How can I explain this? For a game like Resident Evil, Resident Evil's gameplay is so slow paced. Not that it's a bad thing, but the pacing of it is such that to do a full-on playthrough without talking. That's why I have that divided. I have Resident Evil 3 and 4 divided into separate parts. But Resident Evil 4, it's easy to do a stream of that and divide it into parts because yes, there's a bunch of smaller chapters like chapter 1, part 2, part 3. And how many parts are within each chapter for Resident Evil 4 and 5? It varies. Like one chapter can have 5 parts, another part can have 6, another part can have just 4. So they can, and how many chapters? It can get confusing. At least for Resident Evil 5. But Resident Evil 4, it's a lot easier because of the fact that each of those chapters takes place within a certain area. Like in Resident Evil 4, there's the village, and after you defeat the village chief, then there's a castle where Salazar's family resided. Then after that, there's the island where you finally take down the final boss, Sadler. And again, that's why with Resident Evil 4, it was easier for me to stream that in multiple parts. Resident Evil... Wait. Resident Evil 26. Return to Raccoon Village City. Swamp the biohazard. Biohazard, damn it. No, I talked to... Dang, Flip. Well, where was I? Now, that was just as far as playing through a story mode of a game like Resident Evil, where it could take you multiple hours to beat that or to beat the story mode, because the pacing of the game is a lot slower, whereas a fighting game like Mortal Kombat, well, just NetherRealm games in general, if you play through the story mode, it's a bit confusing, because really how long the game takes is really more of the individual cutscenes. It's not the gameplay itself, because depending on, well, with any game, how fast you can get through it depends on how good you are and how well you know the environment around you. But in fighting games, going through the story mode is much different, where you can defeat your opponent very quickly and all the other stuff. Whereas, let's see, how can I explain it? Well, this is not even the annoying part. The annoying part about this, annoying from a story perspective, is having to deal with Mr. and Mrs. Titterick. But it is by far the easiest part of this whole mission. But anyways, like when I did Injustice, Mortal Kombat X. Now, if I look back on that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let me look it up, see how long that took me. Well, the way the Dark Knights show up throughout this story mode for the Legion of Doom, it's... well, they only really show up in this mission, and even then, that's only like weak mini versions of them, who have no lines whatsoever. Then again, it's just like in the comic, where it was really only Batman Who Laughs who showed up consistently out of the Dark Knights. But anyways, So when you're doing a live stream for a game like Resident Evil or any game in the Resident Evil series, the pacing of it, not just the cutscenes but the gameplay itself, it could take you hours to complete, 1 to 2 hours. If you're playing the game but you're not necessarily speed running, so you're not speed running, but you're not exactly lollygagging either. Then it could take you an hour or 2 hours to beat. Or longer than that. For me, a casual playthrough of any of the Resident Evil games I have tends to take me, on average, about like a little over 3 hours. 3 hours or more. But I don't know how much faster I can get it done in less time than that, because I never bothered with trying to speedrun a Resident Evil game. Whereas, well, generally the story modes for fighting games like the NetherRealm games tend to go by much quicker, because they have cutscenes, but their cutscenes don't really take very long. So their story modes tend to end faster. Where if you're very good at beating up on the enemy, on the AI opponent, and you're not giving them much time to breathe. But it also depends on the difficulty you have it. Difficulty also plays into it. So I need to see what other games I haven't played the story mode for, and see how I can stream them. If I can beat the whole story mode in just one stream. Again, not from trying to speedrun or anything, but just playing it as best as I can and just doing good, and hopefully not dying over and over again. Because when I do live streams like this, where I'm just playing, just having fun, I'm not trying to play through the story mode or anything, just doing regular gameplay, then yeah, I could possibly have it on a higher difficulty, like the hardest difficulty or the easiest. It can vary. But if I'm doing story mode, then yes, I will have it on the easiest difficulty, because I'm not trying to. It's just really more for the story rather than trying to like show off whatever skills I have. So that's why for something like Injustice 2, if I'm just streaming purely just for fun, then I'll be doing commentary. Just saying whatever I feel like, just constantly going from one mode to the next. But if I'm playing for the story, then I won't talk, I won't do no commentary, and I'll just stick to that one mode. Where is it? Here it is. Story mode playlist. Oh wow! Injustice 2 and Mortal Kombat X actually took me over 3 hours. I did not remember even being that long.
What do you want?
The door to the 6th dimension.
As you wish. I'll open the way.
Whereas, oh man, don't tell me I actually deleted the streams I did for Resident Evil 3, because I did story mode for Resident Evil 3. I can't find it. Maybe it's in another playlist. But anyways, I was able to do Resident Evil 4 in 3 parts. Part 1, the village. Part 2, the castle. Part 3, the island. But knowing just like how long those sections are, where those take place, it was easier. Like for Resident Evil 4, Part 1, the village, took me 2 hours and 34 minutes. The castle took me the longest, being 3 hours and 11 minutes. Part 3, the island, took me 2 hours and 49 minutes. But if I remember, I think again, I was taking my time, but I was playing on normal, which is the easy. It's only like 2 difficulties, which is normal and professional. But normal, it's a lot easier because, well, it's because I had all the guns on the highest setting, or maxed out on upgrades. Fun time flying skills and bills. When mama sang us to sleep, now we stressed out. You dominate this one. Yeah, I haven't streamed in just. I haven't done much streaming in general lately. Like I'm just more focused on just playing games. I don't really spend as. I didn't really spend as. I don't spend as much time streaming, let alone recording footage as much. That, and I also haven't been playing Injustice 2 as much. I should do that. I'm definitely gonna get back. I'm gonna get back into doing that. Doing my online versus gaming, Injustice 2, Street Fighter 5 online, and all of that. And yeah, definitely streaming Injustice 2. That's because there's a lot more fun modes to do in Injustice 2 compared to Street Fighter. But that's just my opinion. But I gotta say, because I can beat a game like Injustice
The
and
balance of the world rests on you.
you only gave me 2 Justice tokens. Dang it, man. Wait, these missions? No. Oh no. I completed all the missions with Captain Cosmic. I didn't do these missions for the day yet with Xenorax.
Like Spora's getting its hands dirty.
There's a forward contingent of ultraviolet lanterns attack. Do show us.
Yes, 12:20. The daily resets. That usually doesn't happen until after. That's not until after sometime after 1 o'clock, 1 or 2 o'clock. At least for where I am.
You can fix this, right?
Oh yeah, there was so word on the street is Ed Boon himself has apparently said that Injustice 3 is not the next game they're working on, or not the next project. And all I can think is, I hope he's actually lying and they are in fact working on Injustice 3, and he's just saying that as a way to mess with people. Because you have some game developers who do that. They'll say this or that will not happen, or this won't be in the final game, or no, we're not working on this. Only for it to turn out, oh, what do you know? That actually is the case. And if not, then maybe it's either another Mortal Kombat game, or a game that takes place in the Mortal Kombat universe, or it's a new project altogether. Which is unfortunate. I would definitely like to see another Injustice with Swamp Thing returning. Man, it's not like I was playing Injustice 3 for a very Injustice 3. It's not like I was playing Injustice 2 for a very long time before I actually got around to playing Swamp Thing. But at first, I wrote him off as a character I wasn't interested in. Like for some reason, I didn't even know he was a grappler at first. It was a video I saw on YouTube. It was a video I saw on YouTube that explained that he was a grappler. And I actually started learning how to play him, because at first I tried his combos and I couldn't really get into it or understand it. So I was confused, and that's why I said, nah, I'm not going to bother. But I think I knew Cheetah alongside Bane, because I knew Bane since Injustice 1 was a grappler. As a matter of fact, when I first played, even before Injustice 1 came out, the only character I could tell, not only just by looking, but reading descriptions about them from different websites, that I knew was gonna be a grappler, was Swamp Thing. What, you playing Resident Evil the remake games. Yeah, that'd be pretty nice. Now, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Solomon Grundy was the only one who, from the information I was able to find on different websites, before I even got the game myself, he was the only one who I knew was in fact a grappler going into the game. I did not know Bane. I did not know about Bane, let alone even Shazam being grapplers. Like, I played as them for so long, I had fun with them, but who was it? It was True Underdog Gaming when he did his beginner's guide for different characters in Injustice 1. And when he did his guides for both Shazam and Bane, and he described them as grapplers, I was like, oh, I didn't even know that. Like, here I was playing as these characters, but I just did not think of them as grapplers, just because they didn't have the same variety of grabs as Solomon Grundy. Like, they have more than one grab, but just not the same. Again, just not the same variety. And of course, for me to have the level of knowledge that I have when it comes to fighting games about character archetypes and play styles, it took me so many years of playing fighting games and actually learning how to play them and actually learning certain lingos and whatnot. Basically, for me to get to where I am now, it took me a while. But it was a pretty fun journey. But as far as like how it took me a while to learn and realize that Shazam and Bane were grapplers, not just Grundy, it was the same thing when it came to the grapplers of Injustice 2. Like, my experience from Injustice 1 is how I knew, obviously, Bane being in the game in the second, I knew he was obviously going to be a grappler again. And Cheetah, it was from watching. It was one of those streams developers do for characters prior to a game coming out, or prior to a character being released in DLC, where they'll talk about the character, the playstyle they have, give a sort of, it was not even really, I couldn't really call it a character guide or call it a. It was like just one of those videos to give you a very basic idea of what the character is about. And they finally got to Cheetah and talking about her. This was before Injustice 2 came out. And they said how she was very similar to Bane and that he was a grappler. And Swamp Thing, I can't remember if it was before or after the game came out that I looked up like one of those guides the developers did, where they were introducing the character to them and whatnot. Whoa! I was about to say, don't tell me my game's about to crash on me. I definitely went out like that. So it took me a while to actually not only get to liking Swamp Thing's moveset, but I even learned that he was actually a grappler. That's hopeless about my. I'm probably gonna get some hate for saying this. I don't know why, but this feels like an opportunity just to say something because I think it's funny. Of course, it's amazing how something as simple as telling someone to speak English or speak full sentences can piss a whole bunch of people off. Like one time when I was oh, the PlayStation VR. I heard about those, but I never did anything as far as VR. I heard those are very fun, depending on what kind of games you're playing. But anyways, it was a raid I was doing. Which one was it? Well, anyways, it was some raid we did, and at some point, we actually we actually lost to the boss. I can't remember if it was the last boss, but anyways, someone had made some kind of statement, and they were speaking English, but it sounded like broken English. I cannot understand what they were saying, so I said, so I think I just typed "speak English" or use full sentences, something like that. And they admitted how English isn't their first language; it's like a second language for them. So I understood that they weren't familiar with English. And he did apologize. They didn't have to go out of their way to apologize, but they just did anyway. So I understood they had no hostility, but for some reason, someone else took me telling them to speak full sentences. They took what I said to this other person as an insult, and then they started harassing me, basically they took that as an opportunity to try to make me look like a villain, saying how I contributed nothing to the team, how they failed because of me, because I wasn't playing my role correctly. And then some other jackass tried to jump in, saying to kick me from the group. Because one of my characters their alternate role was controller role, but I was playing as DPS. In other words, I was just supposed to get in there and do damage. So because I wasn't playing my alternate role as a controller, because I didn't do that, somehow the whole team failing, all 8 of us losing to the boss. It wasn't because the boss in general was just very powerful. No, obviously it wasn't that. No, it was because I wasn't playing my very specific role. That's why we failed. And this person decided to harass me and get on my case for it. And then some other person tried to jump in and say to kick me. And I'm thinking all of this because I told one person to speak full sentences. And that's because the way they were typing, I honestly could not understand what the heck they were saying. I wasn't even trying to be a bully or be mean. I just cannot understand what they were saying. Because some people, they'll do that, where they'll just type one word at a time or a whole bunch of abbreviations. And I'll tell them, use full sentences or use actual words. Because I'm not trying to guess what the heck you mean by this or that abbreviation, or what you mean by this one word or terminology. And again, the person who I said that to in that particular raid, they understood what I meant and why I said it. And they apologized, even though they didn't have to, and they just admitted that English is a second language. So I'm like, okay, so that's why they're talking like that. I understand now. But then again, you always get that. You could be interacting with someone else about something that's no one else's business, but because they heard you, suddenly they want to be offended for that person. Or it could be that I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, you know what, there's no confusing what I'm saying because of how often that happens. Almost any kind of environment you find yourself in, you're bound to get that kind of person. Someone who, for some reason, is offended by what you said, even though you didn't say it to them, and what you said could hardly be considered offensive to begin with. But they want to take offense to it and then turn it into some kind of unnecessary conflict. And I've had that happen to me in real life before. Like one time when I was in college, I was talking to some guy, and he was some dude who was sitting right next to me, and his breath stunk. Like he drank something, and he was talking to me, like we're just having a casual conversation, and I said to him blankly, "Your breath stinks." And he admitted to it that he drank some Monster Energy drink earlier, and that's why his breath stunk. Like, I didn't say it all childish or rude, be like, "Oh man, your breath stinks, you need to brush your teeth," or something typical like that. I just simply looked at him with a blank face and just simply said, And look at this Piccolo looking dude over here. I just simply said your breast stinks. And again, he admitted it to, like, he agreed and admitted that he had some energy drinks earlier, and that's why his breath smelled like that. But some other guy who was there decided to take what I said offensive, and he was like, "Dang, Jason, you have to be so rude about it." And I didn't respond. And then a few seconds later, then he was going on and on about it, saying, I mean, I know he's not the best, whatever. And I didn't even say nothing about him or about how he was. Damn it, Flip. All I simply said to the guy was his breast sunk. I didn't say anything mean or rude about what he was, there was nothing about him that I said that was supposed to be an insult to him or anything about him. And yet this other guy, for some reason, took what I said as an insult and decided to get on my case about it. And so when he kept on ranting about it, and I was like, "Are you going to hold a grudge about this all day?" He's like, "No. You're going to keep being a dick about it?" And that's the thing. He was the only dumbass there who took what I said offensive. No one else really gave a shit because obviously what I said was no big deal. Because I'm thinking, how the hell do you do that? How the hell do you take someone telling another person plainly your breath stinks? How do you take someone saying that plainly and decide, oh, I'm gonna be offended and speak up for this guy and take what this other dude said as an insult? Like, you just say something and someone's like, and I took that personally. Of course you did. I cannot emphasize enough just how annoying someone like that is. Because anyone who, like, if you live long enough, you're always bound to meet someone who's like that. And he was one of, I don't think there was anyone, because it wasn't just me, but almost everyone who knew him or who's ever interacted with him know just how, like, he was a lot of things. He was nosy, basically just getting into people's business when no one wanted him in their business. So he was nosy and just overall annoying, just a jackass and a dumbass. Man, so many words that end with ass. So weird. But he was one of those people who thought himself as the kind of guy everybody liked hanging out with. This kind of cool guy that everyone had to be friends with. And it wasn't just me, but plenty of others who made it very clear that we either don't like him or don't want him in our business. But for some reason, oh, thanks, Flip. He was also one of those people who's just very oblivious to how many people disliked him. Because one of my friends told him why they didn't like him, how he talked too much and he was very nosy. And the thing is, he would think you're the one being a jerk for not liking him or not wanting to be friends with him. Like, he just could not seem to get it into his head that not everybody liked him or wanted anything to do with him. Let alone the fact that he was extremely nosy. Like, someone could be talking about something, he'd try to jump in, they tell him to stay out of it, or how what they're talking about is none of his business. And he'll say how he knows or he understands, but he'll still keep trying to get into your business or be all like, hey, what are you guys talking about? What are you going here or there for? Like how one guy I knew there was just getting up to go, and he didn't say he was leaving the campus, because this was all at college. He didn't say he was leaving the campus. He just said he was just going over to the cafeteria. Or for some reason he had to be all nosy about that. Be like, what you going over there for? And that same guy just simply answered with, because I can and I want to. And he just responded with, cool, excellent. Like, I think he was offended by the guy's answer like that and not telling him specifically, but who cares? Wait a minute, I'm only through for... Dang! Yeah, I'll stick with Xenorex just a little longer, just to get it to 350. And I'm thinking, how is it that you're at least smart enough to be in college? So you're not dumb academically, but socially, you are an absolute dumbass to the point where nobody wants you around because of how annoying you are, but somehow you have it in your mind that you're not a jerk, you're not rude or mean or anything. It's everyone else around you who is the bad person. And of course, he never said it directly to me, but others said that he uses the fact that he's supposedly, what's the word for it? I'm trying to think. Not dyslexic, but well, basically the one where people keep saying that person is supposedly on the spectrum. That's like another term for it. But anyways, whatever it was, he said that that's what he had, and that's why he acts the way he does. And I'm thinking, if he's going around saying that, he's clearly just using it as some stupid excuse to justify how annoying he is. Yes, it's true that some people behave a certain way because of a mental issue they may have. But if it gets to the point where you're constantly using it, I always end up just doing black and red, but you use all. Ah, thanks, Flip. Because I'm thinking, if you're constantly using this one thing as an excuse to justify whatever certain behavior you have, then at this point, I'm not even convinced you have that actual behavior issue. I'm convinced that you're just using it as an excuse to try to justify or even get away with however you behave.
Most of the goons left in Gotham are upstarts, squabbling over
General Adam will destroy.
Kind of like people who have, kind of like people who say all kind of mean and rude things out loud to people, just either judging someone harshly or just, again, they just say a lot of very rude and unnecessary things. And if someone confronts them about it, then they'll just say how they're just brutally honest. Where I'm thinking, okay, you're brutally honest, that's your opinion. But just because something is your opinion doesn't mean you have to say it. Not everybody needs to hear it. But they'll think they have a right to say it all out loud or whatever, freedom of speech or whatnot. And it's as you may be onto something here. It's like if someone explains. When someone constantly claims to be brutally honest just to justify being a jerk and saying rude things all the time, it makes you wonder why they're specifying the brutal of being brutally honest. Where they say that if someone is constantly saying they're brutally honest, then are they actually being brutally honest, just being upfront, or are they more interested in the brutality of it? Again, why else would they keep emphasizing that they're brutally honest as opposed to just simply honest? And even then, if they're so brutally honest, why is it that they feel the need to be brutally honest in every situation? Again, it's just an excuse. It's just an excuse to justify their behavior and just behaving a certain way towards people. And that's how this guy was. He'd be the kind of person to jump into conversations that are absolutely none of his business. And even if other people are clearly annoyed by what he's saying, or just annoyed by the fact that he's getting into their business being nosy, evidently in his mind, it doesn't matter how many times you tell him to stay out of your business. He feels like he's entitled to get into your business or entitled to adding his unwanted opinion to your conversation. Brutally compassionate. Well, that's one way of putting it. But also, I think what it was for him was the reason why the way he was because he was just so badly he wanted, maybe like he badly wanted friends. Cause, well, that's another variety of people you get. the kind of person who wants to make friends because they don't like being lonely. They want to hang with and that's why some people, what they do is they'll hang with the popular kids, or popular people. They'll try to find the group that they believe is the most social, or maybe hopefully fits their standards for the kind of person they want to hang out with. So they'll try to act or behave or based on what those people do. And I think that's why that guy was, because he saw how some of the others in the group I was with, I would emphasize the shit out of you. Like, I think part of the reason why he was annoying towards me and was so quick to get on my case, because he saw how some of the others, particularly like one girl in the group, he saw how she and a few others were like that towards me at first. And so he figured, well, if I want to be able to be socially accepted by these guys, I gotta be a jerk to this guy from time to time, but still act like his friend in order to be accepted into this group. There was him, and I know for a fact that there was one person who was undoubtedly like that in middle school. This kid where I don't know how he came to be like that, but that's just how he was. Anything that became popular, he started doing it. Whether it was, I don't know how to describe it, but anyways, one thing that was popular in the middle school I went to was kids taking pencils, any kind of writing utensil, and tapping it on their desk in a certain way to make a beat. And it became popular because some of them were good at it. Oh shit. And I seen him swinging that helicopter. I don't know why I jumped towards him. But anyways, tapping their pencil on their desk to make a beat out of it. The cool kids would do it, so he started doing it, even though he was bad at it. Certain terminology that the cool kids would use, the cool popular kids would use, so he started doing it. And how some of the popular and cool kids in middle school were just mean, just jerks towards me. So he decided he was gonna be a jerk and bully me as well. Even though again, he was doing certain things after basically everybody else had started doing it. And that's why no one else liked him, or not too many people liked him, but he just couldn't seem to understand that. And it's the same thing for the other guy in college, where he was just so unaware of how unlikable he really was. Dang, almost every place I went to, that there was always at least one or more people that I encountered who were like that. Where they were just somehow so unaware of how annoying they are. Narcissism, that's what it was for a lot of them. Because it's amazing how some people, they could be either so socially unaware, so narcissistic, so full, their head so full of air, to the point where they're just so oblivious to how unlikable they really are. Because one coworker I had when I was in the conservation corps throughout 2020, he was definitely a textbook definition of narcissism. And it wasn't just me, but actually almost everyone else who actually worked with him in the kitchen knew how unlikable and narcissistic and just full of himself he was. It was not just me. And yet, no matter how many times me or anyone else in the kitchen will point out, because like, he would claim how he's just trying to help, or he's just trying to do this and do that, and we would point out how we would tell him straight up, no, you're not trying to help, you're just trying to boss people around, you're just trying to do this and do that. But no matter what, it just wouldn't click in his mind. Like, instead of him thinking, oh wow, this is how everybody feels about me, maybe I should probably change something. No, instead it would be more of, Oh, that person's just a jackass. I should just do whatever I can to get them out of here, or to make working in the workplace just difficult for them. Oh, I picked the wrong one.
Captain, PsyOps released Doomsday on
Of course, granted, everybody has their moments of narcissism and just being full of themselves. But those you meet who are just like that all the time, like habitual liars, or people who are just naturally narcissistic. And I tell them, it's always like I tell myself, thank God like I said, everybody has their moments of it, but those who are just like that naturally out of habit, and I tell myself, thank God I didn't go down that path. Hopefully I don't anytime soon. Because I'm thinking, like, naturally, I try to be friendly and social, usually when I feel like it. But I know no matter what, there's always going to be those people who don't like me regardless. In which case, what's unfortunate about narcissism is how a lot of people think certain personality traits, like immaturity and narcissism, is something only minors or teenagers or young adults have. And yet there's some people who live their whole life that way. Living their whole life being a narcissist, just an absolute jackass. Like I said, that same narcissist I used to work with in the conservation corps, definitely it wasn't just him, it was plenty of others, but it was him and others who made it a nightmare to work with. Until eventually he got fired. But of course, even on his last day, as he had to go to his cabin and pack up his stuff, one of the last things he said to me on that night was, "Good luck in the kitchen without me, guys." Apparently, again, that's just how full of it he was, to the point where he thought that he was the one who got things happening, where every success we had in the kitchen was all purely because of him. That's what he said. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, this guy in particular, who was like a textbook narcissistic. I'm thinking that was just kind of funny for me. The fact that he was just so narcissistic to the point where, even upon getting fired, he still believes he did nothing wrong. That him being fired is completely unjustified, and all this other nonsense.
Oh no! Don't send me back!
Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, he was very arrogant too. Just he would just talk about himself, hyping himself up like this ultimate badass, this ultimate physically fit, perfect physical specimen. Of course, he was very fat. For an 18-year-old, yeah, he was quite overweight. There was absolutely nothing athletic at all about him. He did not have the physique of a physically fit person. And I never seen him do anything as far as exercising. He said because one time when I was working, my boss, her wife came to the kitchen to help us cook one evening. And she saw me do some stretches as I was walking around the kitchen. And she asked me if I did calisthenics, and we kind of got into that conversation. And I was telling her, yeah, I do a lot of stretching. And he admitted himself that he doesn't stretch or do calisthenics. He just lifts weights. And I'm thinking, if you're like being athletic you can't be athletic if all you do is just lift weights, because it will help build muscle mass. But athletics is also about you gotta stretch your muscles. You gotta have good cardio too, because you can't have good athleticism if you don't have good cardio. And one of my friends slash roommates told me about that time, about a time when, because the conservation corps I went to, it was in Ukiah, so basically plenty of mountaintops nearby. And so at one point they went hiking, and they were hiking up a mountain. As they were hiking up that mountain, apparently this guy's cardio and overall athleticism was nowhere near as good as he kept claiming that it was. Because they said they had to keep stopping over and over. They had to keep stopping, waiting a few minutes for him to catch up. Like he was constantly, oh, I'm knocking shit over. He was constantly falling behind because he was constantly running out of breath. And I'm thinking, man, no stamina whatsoever. It's like, and I'm thinking, yeah, I exercised, did calisthenics, but I knew my stamina it's still not in the best condition. But I'm pretty sure even I could last longer hiking up a hill better than this guy could. And really, it wasn't even that annoying hearing him brag about how athletic he is or the kind of exercises he did. 'Cause it was more funny, if anything, because you knew he had to be lying. Because he claimed that right before he came to the center, to the conservation corps, he did basically he did exercises that were either equal to or it was either the same level as, if not if not outright surpassing the kind of training they did in the military. And I'm thinking, if you supposedly did all this stuff, all this running and jogging and all these other types of exercises right before you came here to work, there's no way you'd be as fat as you are now. Because I'm thinking, you can't be doing that much work you can't do that much work on that consistent of a basis, and yet somehow you're still fat as hell. Dang, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, that took me a little longer than I expected. So I had to get me a little snack. Some toast and the rest of this burrito bowl. If there's one thing I have to say is definitely I hate seeing good food just get thrown away. Because my thing is, if you ain't gonna finish the rest of that food, then why not just let someone else have it? Dang, that boss fight with Doomsday did that much damage to all my gear. Now I know what you mean, but I'm trying to think. Nah, I can't think of any puns. Of course, it makes sense that Doomsday damaged my gear that badly. It's freaking Doomsday. No matter what version, that humongous sized version that they usually have in this game, or the more comic book accurate sized version that you fight in that in the Smallville 4-player alert mission. Because in that one, he's not as big as he is in the rest of the game. Dang it! Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this one. Please let me be enough to keep it full. Amen. Should have put some butter on this toast.
Let them fight their wars on their own soil.
Wheat whole grain bread makes an excellent toast, especially with butter.
Competently managed.
No, I don't think Doomsday would be a candidate for a Red Lantern ring. Cause well, who was it? Was it the cast for School Attack when they were talking about Doomsday prior to his death battle match against Hulk in one of their episodes? They described how he's really nothing more than a, I don't know if simple-minded would describe it. Like, he's not stupid, but he's really nothing more than an animal, a near mindless beast who he said that he would oh, I hate when that happens when I'm trying to talk and yet for some reason there's something caught in my throat and it keeps making me almost choke or cough on it. But anyways, so yes, he's almost more like a mindless beast rather than everyone else like Atrocitus, who are, well, because they have more than just rage going for them. Like, no, he's not exactly rage driven. At least not to the same way everyone else is. Because I think on some subconscious level, Doomsday does what he does not just because he's driven by rage and a natural. I think it's also instinct. He's also driven by a natural instinct to kill. A natural instinct to kill, and I think on a very subconscious level, he enjoys what he does. As in some way, a part of Doomsday in his mind actually enjoys or has fun with what he does, with the amount of destruction he causes. There's also the fact that just about everyone else who's ever became a Red Lantern, they became a Red Lantern because they were driven by so much rage, not because they were genetically designed that way like Doomsday was, but at the same time, they were actually driven by vengeance, like Atrocitus. When Atrocitus created the Red Lantern ring, it was because he was filled with so much rage as a result of the injustice he suffered when the Manhunters came and slaughtered everyone within the sector he lived in. And he was angry because basically there was no justice involved. Because the Manhunters, they were just a bunch of androids programmed a certain way by the Guardians of the Universe. Because for whatever reason, like when the Manhunters basically, they started doing far more than what their programming required them to do. Because they were supposed to be like police robots, but they've gotten out of control, killing innocent people even. And one of the sectors they targeted being the sector Atrocitus lived in. And he had a wife and kids who were killed by the Manhunters. And the most the Guardians of the Universe did, the most they did was just have the Manhunters shut down and replaced with the Green Lanterns. But they weren't held accountable for the fact that they were the ones who created the Manhunters and programmed them to begin with. So him, among plenty of other characters, their rage coming from seeking revenge for whatever it was that caused them so much anguish, so much rage. That's why Atrocitus himself is always constantly going on about serving vengeance, enacting his extreme form of justice or payback. Now the thing with Doomsday is that he wouldn't even have anything to want vengeance for, because the process of his creation, whereas with Betram and whatever team of scientists he worked with, taking a baby that they got from somewhere, shooting it out into, it was on prehistoric Krypton, where they decided to make their base of operations. Where he would take that random baby he had, shoot it out onto that environment where the animals would come and kill it instantly. Then they would just take up the remains, clone it, and take it out there again. Keep going through the same process over and over again. Until eventually that child would become something that is adapted to that specific environment, strong enough to survive on prehistoric Krypton, which at that time was considered the most dangerous place in the universe.
I didn't do nothing.
At least as far as in the mortal realm.
I was wrongfully imprisoned.
And it was said that that creature remembered every single pain it went through, every single time it was killed, and it came back to life in one way or another, which is part of why it immediately killed It killed Beltran. Was it Beltran or Petrum? Well, anyways,
Thanks.
the same guy and his team responsible for creating Doomsday managed to get revenge for what he went through by killing him. So yeah, even if Doomsday was sentient, had a subconscious rage, or conscious, like he knew why he was angry, you could say he already managed to get his revenge already. Yes. Open the door. I can't hear you. No, he's not. Uncle Burgess is staying here. No. I remember someone on, I think it was a Reddit forum, when they were talking about Doomsday, and they said how Doomsday's not a villain because, of course he isn't. Doomsday will literally fight anyone, fight and kill anyone he comes across. But Doomsday, he's not a villain. He's more of, let's say, I think they said either a, I don't know, where was I? Yeah, they either said that Doomsday was more of a force of nature or natural disaster. One of those two they used to describe him. And I said, yeah, that's very accurate. Because whenever Doomsday is on the loose, he goes after everybody. Oh my goodness. Yeah, an engine with an endless power supply. No amount of anything would ever be enough to stop him. That's just how dangerous Doomsday is. To the point where even Darkseid couldn't stop him on his own. Like, he somehow made his way to Apocalypse, and even there, he became a problem. Yeah, the whole thing with Darkseid is that like any physical form of Darkseid we've seen wasn't even like the actual Darkseid himself, but merely a physical avatar. Let's see, merely a physical avatar usually used to interact with mortals. And that's just how it works for gods in general in DC Comics. But obviously each physical avatar he creates on its own is very powerful, enough to give someone like Superman trouble and just dominate in almost any kind of fight. The world of Flash. What? Sweet, Taiko 3D's in. I can't remember. I think, was it shortly after the Reign of Superman event? Because I remember Cyborg Superman was also there, but he didn't fight Darkseid alongside Doomsday. Doomsday fought Darkseid by himself. The crazy thing with Darkseid is how, even with how, like, Darkseid is described as the god of evil, which is very accurate. The kind of personality he has and everything he's done throughout comic book history. And yet, what I've read, where did I read? Read somewhere that with how Last Son of Krypton was my favorite iteration. Oh yeah, it was. No, I can't remember where exactly I read this. But anyway, somewhere that talked about Darkseid's father, Yuga Khan. And it was said when Darkseid fought against Doomsday for the first time, Darkseid felt. Wait a minute, which one? That Darkseid, for in that fight, he felt genuine fear. Like, he was actually afraid. And Darkseid, oh not Darkseid, Doomsday was the second person to ever make Darkseid feel fear. The first and only other person being his own father. Like, that's how bad and how overall dangerous Yuga Khan is. To the point where even Darkseid, of all people, fears him, his own father. Restoration. And there was a site that said that as bad as Darkseid is, again, his father Yuga Khan is worse. Which I feel like is a missed opportunity, because you see just how bad, how terrible things get when Darkseid is involved. So for his own father to be so bad that he's described as being worse than Darkseid, like he's even worse of a tyrant, worse of a villain overall, that even Darkseid, his own son, fears him. Because it's said that Yuga Khan, when Darkseid took over Apocalypse, his father Yuga Khan was trapped within the Source Wall. Because his father tried to make his way, force his way through the Source Wall, and that didn't work out. And so that's how Darkseid, or that's how Yuga Khan ended up in the Source Wall, and how Darkseid was able to take over. Because Yuga Khan had this obsession with I guess he was trying to gain power, the source energy that lay beyond the Source Wall. And anyone who got too close to the Source Wall would be trapped in it. But I don't remember which run it was, or which incident it was. But at some point, Yuga Khan managed to finally escape from the Source Wall and immediately head back towards Apocalypse. And when he got to Apocalypse, he had literally no issue whatsoever taking back leadership of Apocalypse from Darkseid. And I mean easily. And again, you know, people already know and have been had an idea of how powerful Darkseid is. Considering how much of a difficult fight it always is for Superman, how any disaster level event involving Darkseid often takes not just the entire Justice League, not just nearly every hero on Earth, but even villains teaming up to stop whatever it is Darkseid's doing. That's usually how bad it is with Darkseid alone. And you can only imagine just how bad it would be if his own father were to do that.
Over here.
Try to take over the world and all this other stuff. If it's that much of a struggle for the heroes against Darkseid, then you can only imagine how bad it would be against his own father, who again has been described as being worse, being even more evil than Darkseid. To the point when he finally when he finally escaped from the Source Wall at one point and came back to Apocalypse, he easily took it back from Darkseid. And he was able to maintain that control. Literally, the only thing that stopped him, that allowed Darkseid to reign over Apocalypse again, was his father again trying to breach the Source Wall and getting trapped in there again.
What are you going on about? Phantom Stranger's a bit out of touch with reality.
And I'm thinking, dang, that is terrible. Like, where Darkseid has failed on multiple occasions to take over the Earth, or let alone rule the whole universe, his father Yuga Khan would have been succeeded eons ago, no matter how much the heroes struggled. And literally the only thing that stopped him was his own obsession with the Source, or whatever lied beyond the Source Wall. Man, you can't help but be glad then at that point that he's not interested in conquest the same way Darkseid is. Comic book shit rules. You can also imagine how embarrassing that has to be for Darkseid. Where here he is making all this progress, then he gets beaten multiple times. Even if on occasion it's actually on purpose because it's part of some grand plan he has. Only for his own father to show up and be all like, let me show you how it's really done. Some good old green taco sauce. Nothing like a good old late night snack to fill the gut. And water. For a weapon. 75. Oh no, I already bought that. Never mind. Ready. Finally, 350. Now I can finally move on to someone else. Oh, here it is. I'm about to dive into this food, and for a second I couldn't find my dang utensils. Wouldn't that suck? You got your food all ready to eat, you're in your room all comfortable, got your water, but then you realize you can't enjoy your food because you don't have your utensils for it. And you're like, dang it, now I gotta go out of my room, go into the kitchen, and it's like you're like, dang it, now I gotta get out of my comfort zone, get up out of my room, out of my bed, and go get whatever it is I need. That, or whenever you finally get into your bed, you're all comfortable, ready to go to sleep, only to realize you either forgot to turn off a certain appliance, or then suddenly out of nowhere you gotta use the dang bathroom. Anything where you're in a position where you're in your own home and you finally get comfortable and relax, and then out of nowhere now you gotta walk back to go do something else before you forget it. I want to see if is there anyone who's part of a league with a very fitting name? Like any kind of villain league that sounds proper for a deity. Of course, the thing with Xenorex is she's a demigod, a godfather, mortal mother. Man, with the kind of backstory for a shared universe I created for all the characters I have, I gotta really I gotta get with someone like an artist who I can collaborate with, bring the story to life. I think that's how a lot of characters in comics start. Like you got the writer to write the stories and everything, then you got the artist to make the art for obvious reasons. I'm trying to decide, do I want to use these resources for Xenorex now? Or save them for someone else? Wait, what does that say? Urutora Ryokai. The hell kind of name for an anime slash manga thing is that? Oh, excuse me. Well, Flip, did you go to bed on me, man? Did you fall asleep? Or did you currently leave to go tend to your mistress? Yeah, definitely as far as referring to someone as mistress, Yeah, that's good. It's definitely something that, like, the term mistress only really sounds better for, like, sounds more reserved for your significant other, girlfriend, wife, whatever. As opposed to just something you would call, like, say, a friend, even weirder, a relative. I mean, that'd just be weird. That's what I'm thinking. If you're gonna get into a habit, you gotta enjoy that snack. No talking while you're reading. Man, I really enjoy burrito bowls. El Pollo Loco makes some awesome burrito bowls. I don't think I ever had any burrito bowls from, what was I thinking of? I know for a fact I had, wait, Invictus Era. That doesn't sound like a league name proper for a goddess. But anyways, what was it? Not El Pollo Loco. Oh yeah, Chipotle. I don't think I've had a burrito bowl from Chipotle. MCU Icarus. Crazy how some people try to call Icarus the Marvel Superman, even though, excuse me, yeah, he has speed, flight, strength, and optic blast like Superman. That's just it. That's all he shares in common. Like, it's optic beams generated from cosmic energy. It's not heat vision or anything. And he doesn't even gain power from the sun or anything. In fact, out of all the characters in Marvel who, either by the costumes they wear, in addition to the powers they have, the only one who I believe, wait, can you trade Compound Omega? The one I believe truly deserves the moniker of Marvel Superman, it's not even just me, but others who have said so as well, is Hyperion. Like, yeah, you got others like Sentry. You got Sentry and Gladiator, whose powers and costumes, dang, are very, very reminiscent of Superman. But Hyperion is also very, especially the current version, the one who wears the black costume, whose powers are very reminiscent, who's not just his powers but his origins and personality are quite reminiscent of Superman. Although every version of Hyperion, unlike Superman, almost every version of Hyperion, even the current black costume one, I've always been more totalitarian, as opposed to like your typical peacekeeper type, basically like almost like a superpowered police officer. As opposed to Superman, but he's by no means a pushover, but he's not really the kind to resort to extreme force, like killing someone, unless he absolutely had no choice but to do so. 348 for Korea, so
People are misguided.
yeah, I don't need too much to get to 350 with her.
Ultraviolet lanterns are spreading chaos by tapping into people's subconscious
Lexcor is doing all it can to spread doom for Perpetua. Let's knock the company's knees out from under them.
We cannot allow Doom to win on this day.
Dang, Flip. Still no fancy comments so far. I ain't tripping. I'd imagine whatever it is you're eating. Council of Chaos. Let me see about that. I'd imagine whatever snack you're having is just that good. Unless by having snack, that's code for the wife's got you doing dang dishes. And that's actually that's kind of a. Now that I think about it, that is weird double standard. There's a lot of double standards between genders that goes on. Like if a man were to order his wife to do chores around the house, like say for instance, husband's doing a whole bunch of work around the house and the wife's just lazing about doing nothing, and yet the husband goes and tells his wife to get off her butt and do some chores around the house as well, then that would be seen as misogynistic and abusive. But ooh, saucy chicken wings. But if a woman, I'm a solo league right now. Sorry. So what's the point? I don't get that. What's the point of having a league if you're 100% solo? I guess just to get the benefits that comes with having a league, but without actually buying other people. Yeah, I can see that. But anyways, if a woman's seen ordering the man around, people either see that as funny, be like, oh, your woman's got you on lockdown, huh, brother? Or they'll just play it up for laughs. But if it's the other way around, where it's the man giving the orders and telling the woman what to do, it's misogynistic, it's insulting, it's sexist. There is so much crap a female can do to a male and get away with it just because of double standards, whereas if it's a man, people will be on him immediately. Just for the extra space storage of the guild thing. Oh, okay, so yeah, I guess that's why she's in a solo league. Again, just whatever benefits that comes with being in a league, but without having a bunch of annoying members. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, blatant double standards. Like with pedophiles, a woman could have a better chance of approaching some random kid in public, boy or girl, say whatever they want, or even put their hands on them, act all lovey or whatnot, and people wouldn't bat an eye at it. But yet, if it was a grown man doing all that stuff, acting at least a bit too nice to that kid, then immediately people would be all like, hey, that guy's being a pedophile. Somebody call the police. Somebody kick that guy's ass. Like the same people who will call out a man for something, they'll just they'll ignore it when a woman does it. And some people wonder why a lot of guys in this day and age, even in America, are still single. Like they wonder why, besides the whole, oh, I haven't found the right person yet. Like beyond that typical thing. Actually, there was a Reddit video that was talking about double standards. Man, that's some good grilled chicken. But anyways, there's this guy where he was at work, and there was this woman who had this obvious obsession with him. Like she was constantly going around telling people that he's her work husband, or calling herself his work wife. She was constantly leaving love letters on his desk at work because it was like one of those office jobs. Like she really had it in her mind that they were a couple and everything, and they weren't. He said it got so far to the point where she, like he actually had a girlfriend, obviously just not her, and she would take the pictures of his girlfriend that he had whenever he wasn't looking and burn them right in front of him and other people. And yet for some dumbass reason, everybody in his office just saw all that as her being cute. Like they thought it was all funny, and apparently encouraging it. And I'm like, how can you be so stupid to not see this woman for the blatantly obvious stalker and outright creep that she is? And yet I can guarantee you, if it was the other way around, if he was doing all that stuff to her, taking photos of her boyfriend, burning them or cutting them up right in front of her and others at work, someone would immediately call him out for it or get on him for it. He would have been immediately fired. And I remember someone suggesting that he should go to HR about it, or tell his boss, either you cannot get her to stop this shit right now, or I can go to HR and let them know how you're letting this harassment take place, all because you keep encouraging it for whatever reason. Man, that's what I missed about working at Amazon. Because the area I worked in, the way everything was stationed, everyone would have their own station. But because we'd be too focused on, because there's a certain quota for how many packages. Whoa, dang it! The station I worked at in Amazon, in packaging, there was a quota we had to meet for the amount of packages within 1 hour. Even for those of us who worked in part-time, there was a certain number of packages we were expected to get each hour. So we couldn't really waste time talking to someone, interacting or socializing a whole lot. Except for during break. Or for whatever reason the servers on the line were down. And even then I didn't really interact with people all that much. So I didn't have to worry as much about some nut job in the workplace, some guy or girl, guy or woman, whatever, trying to start something with me. Run, run, run. Exactly. And sometimes you would ask people, why is it okay for the woman to say no to the man, but the instant the man says no to the woman, you look at him like he's stupid. Like he's an idiot for rejecting her. Like a man can be rejected and be told no by 100 women, but a woman's not allowed to be told no one time by that one man. Seriously, some people have this idea that men can't be abused by women when they can. Men aren't allowed to say no to a woman even though they can. In fact, there was one guy, it wasn't even anything that his fiance did, because it was on his wedding day, or coming up to his wedding day. And yet, despite the fact that it's supposed to be his wedding with his fiance, who was going to become his wife, but yet dumbasses were coming up to him and trying to literally tell him he's not allowed to make any kind of decisions whatsoever, even though it was his wedding. Like they were straight up trying to tell him that it's his wife's day, not his day. That's why he doesn't get a say in anything. And all I can think is, I don't give a fuck who you are, if you're a friend or family. If you try to tell me how I can or can't have things on my wedding and tell me it's not my day, you best better believe I'm gonna get you kicked out. I'm thinking, how the hell do you do that? Doesn't matter if it's your son, brother, cousin, whoever. How the hell do you have the nerve to try to tell a man he can't come up with his own ideas or decide how the wedding goes? Like, I understand the term, I know the term for a man with a general distrust or hatred towards women is misogynist. What's the female equivalent? Feminist? Well, that's usually what you call feminazi, who's like that. Cause like even feminists wouldn't be accurate for that. Because there are feminists who actually understand what they mean by the equal treatment, as in getting equal pay in the workplace, or getting basically just not having to put up with as much bullshit purely because of gender. Like, unless it's just basically a feminist, an actual feminist, what they would want is to be able to have more situations where, unless that person's gender actually plays a role in it somehow, then it really shouldn't be brought up, or at least not be mistreated for whatever reason because of gender. The feminazis are the ones who are all about having everything be for women and women only, and men getting nothing in return. So yeah, that's really the female equivalent of a misogynist, is a feminazi. Oh, misandrist. Okay, that's the word. Misogynist, misandrist. Okay. Well, whatever helps, right? How much cash do I have for Korea? No way, I got $1 million for Korea? Sweet. You know, it can't be easy for someone like Korea, you know, running around as a anthropomorphic lion or human lion hybrid, naked. Damn, I'll never stop complimenting how good places like El Pollo Loco and Chipotle. Somehow I keep confusing those two places together, because they make a lot of similar food. But the way they make their chicken, especially their grilled chicken, damn, it's good. Look creepy, man. Not that I can talk, considering I created this character and have her running around naked. It was once when someone saw my character, one of my characters who was like that. I had the feline skin, but was running around naked, no clothes on or nothing. And they said to my character to put some clothes on. Need to switch over to Ajax so I can get rid of some of this stuff. I just remember something funny. There was this picture I saw. It was, I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't like one of those heavily pornographic type of pictures. You know, someone doing something real kinky, or some woman getting down and dirty, having some having sex, or doing something very, something very fetishy. It was really more or less played for laughs, but still it involved art of a nude woman. Basically, it was a woman who had a shirt and shoes on, and she had her purse with her, but she didn't have any pants. She had no pants on. So basically, butt, genitalia, and long ass legs all out in the open. And she was about to go. It was like one of those open dining areas that she was about to walk into to go eat. And one of the servers there, one of the employees there, pointed out the sign that said, "No shirt, no shoes, no service." Because again, she had no pants, no underwear of any kind on. But she just looked at him and just said, "So?" And she just kept walking. And that was a pretty cool drawing, or cool art. Cause yeah, she didn't have no underwear on, had her pussy all out in the open, and yet the sign said specifically that all the gods now recruit the active players. But she wasn't breaking no rules. She had pants. No, she didn't have no pants. She had a shirt on, and she had shoes. The sign said specifically, "No shirt, no shoes." Because, like, obviously, typically, some people, they would be out in public. Like, guys would typically be out in public with no shirt or shoes on. Dang it. Ah, dang it, Snack. I almost said Snack Cider. Zack Snyder voice. I think art like that specifically can be challenging for some artists to draw. Cause some people, dang, Hell's Death Bell. Now, what was I saying? Oh yeah, art like that, cause someone would see a nude character, a nude man or a nude female, and immediately think, oh, it must be pornographic or something, or yeah, I don't want to see that. But to be able to make a drawing like that, where the character is naked to whatever extent, but you do it in a way that's comedic. Like, and the comedy is more subtle. Like was it like it's adult comedy, but it's still done in a way that's mature. Like, it's funny, but it's not like one of those slapstick over the top type of comedy like in Looney Tunes. But it's not pornographic or anything. Even I am not that dang interested or motivated to join the league. Wait until something like that. amazing how complicated joining a league can be. You got all these leagues, and yet you see one with a name that piques your interest, and you're like, "Can I join your league?" And they either do not respond, or just some specific oddity that keeps you from being able to join. And I'm like, "Come on!" And sometimes you just go out somewhere and you type in the shout, "Can I? Is any leagues recruiting, or any leagues I can join?" And either no one responds, or make some kind of dumbass comment. Yeah, being able to make that kind of comedy where it's a fine line, make it a fine line between adult comedy, yet, no, I was talking about art, and art drawing, where it's like it features nudity, but it's also adult comedy.
Well, hello there.
Where you can look at the body and admire the body's features on that character. But again, it's not something that's done in a way that can be considered overtly sexual. To be able to accomplish that is, like I said, in my opinion, that is not easy. So these two together would be 140. Do I want to buy the full set? No, because I got the headpiece for her. I should really use the headpiece more often. 140. So the top and the bottom plus the shoulders, that'd be like 200. 245. $280. Let's see, 8 plus 4, that's 12. So that'd be 320. Man. So wait, did I add that right? Would that all together cost me 350 source marks? Please tell me I got that wrong and it's actually not as much. So yeah, these two together, that cost me, so that's 140 plus 60 plus 45 plus 35 plus 40 plus 30. Oh man, what cost me 350? Just this tokens. Man, who's out here trying to spend 350 tokens just for the full set? It's not even really worth it, now is it? I am confused. Not really. I mean, I know what I'm trying to do. I'm confused about how I'm going to do it. I'm going to try it. I wonder how long it will take using these exabytes to get this up to 300. And she looks dangerous.
This spot
You know, I did talk about before. Let's see. So this is the only piece like I wanted so badly for any other characters. And wait, huh? Oh, I got one bar left on my battery for my controller. So anything else I get is just extra. Like just get it more for the attributes. That's at 16.
I guess the cat's out of the bag.
Wow, that was lame. Oh, let's see, 75 just for that. Probably won't be till around next week that I'll have the resources to get all that. But did I talk before about? Yeah, I did. About the likes of Korea. It's so lame. It's cool. I did talk before about the origin I made for Korea and Crimson. I have yet to come up with a name. Like that organization, that Korea, Crimson, and let's see, Cyber Nutal and Cyber Rex they come from. Like I just, and who the hell's putting cats in bags? Yeah, that is truly cool. But you get all kinds of people in this world who are into some very creepy stuff. But anyways, I think I'll probably go over some of these characters one by one as far as their origin. So, Korea and Crimson, they both, well, wait, oh yeah, 351, 350. So, well, Crimson long since escaped that evil organization. But anyways, it's like your typical Illuminati askew sort of organization. But very smart, very powerful individuals. You work together. Oh come on! I just got here. How are you gonna challenge me already? And not a bad costume. Where was I? Oh yes. So far, I just call it Shadow Organization or Shadow Complex. Like that's more of a nickname for the said evil organization rather than the actual name itself. Because that's how secretive they are. The organization is so secretive, so hidden away from the surface of society that part of why they can't be tracked down, nobody knows about them for the most part, is because they don't even have a name. Like it'd be very hard to be able to Google something and find it accurately if it doesn't have a name.
It's all one giant bid to spread doom. Stand up for,
Basically, it's one of those, you're not supposed to know about us unless we want you to know about us. It's that kind of organization. And they be into all kinds of things. Even highly illegal experiments creating human hybrids, which is exactly what Korea and Crimson are. Plenty of their members are people who have they recruited over the years, but a whole lot like who Korea and Crimson. I've yet to decide like from where Crimson herself was kidnapped from. But anyway, some of the members are people who are kidnapped and brainwashed to join the organization. Man, why does that sound like something the Yakuza or some mafia organization would do to someone who had wings like that? That sounds exactly as something a criminal organization would do to someone. But anyways, as far as the criminal organization I'm talking about, part of how they recruit certain members is that they will kidnap some people they have, who they will scout them out to join them officially. Others are people who were kidnapped, either mostly young people, kids. They will kidnap them, experiment on them, brainwash them into becoming members. And that's what happened to the likes of Crimson. No, I think this will help. So anyways, the organization, they will kidnap people, involve them in crazy experiments along with brainwashing. So Crimson and Korea, Korea was actually a woman from Africa who was kidnapped and brought to one of the twisted labs. The same lab that Korea was kidnapped and brought to, where they would take people, and one of their experiments being creating human hybrids, taking humans and splicing their DNA with animals. For Crimson, it was a tiger. For Korea, a lion. However, Korea was already fully transformed and completely brainwashed, and therefore a full-time member of the organization. Went on a few missions before Crimson was kidnapped and brought by this evil scientist who himself was inspired by what was that book, The Island of Dr. Moreau? That's about the scientist that created animal hybrids and whatnot. So this scientist who works for this organization, he was inspired by it and by the experiments he read about growing up. Animal experience, splicing human DNA. And, creepily enough, that same scientist had a fetish for... So basically, it's kind of like what happens when you have someone who's a furry, but they take their furry fetish to the utmost extreme. Not like those furry fetish types who create their OCs and write about it in works of fiction. No, he would straight up make his fiction into reality by creating said female animal hybrids. He created male hybrids too, but usually, as far as creating male hybrids, he would mostly leave that to the rest of his team, to the rest of the subordinates who worked under him. But when it came to the female hybrids, those were the ones he gave his most of his time and attention to, because he was really creepy. So Crimson was supposed to be the next for a batch of hybrids who was going to be subjected to brainwashing, like how Korea was. But there were some people who I haven't really fleshed that out. But basically, some man who was leading a bit of a resistance group, who was able to find that specific laboratory and was able to save some of them. So it was a rescue operation, but not all of the hybrids that they found were able to escape. Like Crimson is one of an extremely small few, like less than they have like hundreds of these people who were brainwashed, or at least who were experimented on. It's like hundreds who are kidnapped for these sort of experiments, and a very small amount, like not even half of the people who were kidnapped even survived the experiments. Even less than that, who, when this rescue operation happened, very few were able to survive long enough to get out of that lab. And Crimson being one of those very fortunate few who not only survived, but was able to escape before they could complete the brainwashing process. Because part of the process is erasing a good portion of that person's memories from when growing up. Only memories of the basics, like how to instinctively walk, talk, all the other stuff. So Crimson she doesn't really remember much of her childhood or remember much of her life aside from her time spent in that lab. Oh yes, the persona. Damn, Flip. Unlike Correa, who was completely brainwashed into thinking she's always been a member of the organization and is very loyal to them. So, anyways, for Correa, she was rescued and is now currently in hiding. With the organization sending out agents, some of the top agents, and some of them just being cannon fodder to hunt her down. But during the time she did spend there, that same wicked scientist. See, that's the thing about how creepy he was. Not only was it a fetish, that specific the labs that he had where he got to perform those kind of experiments. He called him his personal. He called them his pet shops because he saw them, especially the female hybrids, as his own personal little pets to play with. Yeah, so definitely he was not a good person in the slightest. But anyways, out of all those hybrids who were alive at that time, who survived basically all the stages, at first Correa was Correa was under the impression that she was the favorite, and she was at one point for a short while. But for some reason, something about Crimson, that scientist, he saw something very special in Crimson. So he was gonna make her his favorite, make her something very special. So he gave her more time and attention than any of the others who were still alive. And he liked Crimson's attitude, how feisty she was, how resistant she was, versus someone like Correa who was more subservient. Of course, like I said, Correa was completely brainwashed, unlike Crimson, who only had parts of her memory erased. So needless to say, Correa developed this one-sided rivalry with Crimson and had this obsession with surpassing her. Because like in the beginning, Crimson was stronger. She was stronger, more durable, faster, and overall more powerful than Correa. In addition to that, she was also a better fighter because even before she was brainwashed, Crimson was a martial artist, well trained in savate. So she had the superior physicality. She had the better fighting skills because of her martial arts, her skills in savate, and she has ice powers. And also for that little gauntlet she has, that's not a gauntlet, but what did I say she had ice powers? Oh yeah, cryokinesis. But anyways, that's not like a gauntlet that's fitted over her hand. That's a prosthetic. Because during the raid that happened where she was freed, what was it? It was like when she was escaping down a hall with some others. Her hand actually got caught in in one of the sliding doors that as they were shutting down or closing behind them, and her arm somehow got caught in one of those doors. Because you know like how a lot of labs, those doors would automatically close during a case of emergency, something like that. And so she kind of fell behind. Her hand got caught and got sliced off as a result. So she was outfitted with a prosthetic. But yeah, Correa's obsessive one-sided rivalry with Crimson is what drove her to getting as powerful as she can. Like she's not bad at fighting. She just doesn't really use martial arts, but she does know how to throw a damn good punch. Also, unlike Crimson, Correa was also part of Correa's jealousy was not just the attention Crimson got, but the fact that she also got to have cool elemental powers, whereas Correa, She has super strength, durability, stamina, but no elemental powers. I must go now. It's nap time. Ah, later, Flip. See, other members who work for the Shadow organization, Shadow Complex, are Cyber Nutal, who, like Correa and Crimson, was kidnapped, brainwashed, given powers, and works for the organization. And then there's Cyber Rex. He was experimented on, but he didn't have his mind tampered with. Like he was actually a professional mercenary who was specifically chosen and recruited to join the Shadow Complex, Shadow Organization. So that's why unlike Cyber Nutal or Correa who work for the organization full time, he fully remembers his past and everything. Man, I can definitely go somewhere with all this. I just don't know if I want to give like the organization itself a name or just leave it as just Shadow Complex. I'll probably just leave it as that, where Shadow Complex, Shadow Organization, Shadow Group is just really a name, a nickname given to the organization. I was about to say place, but it's not really a place. It's all over the world where they're stationed. Underground, above ground, in plain sight, up in the mountains. They got places. They got bases and people all over the damn globe. Yeah, I remember this cool concept I came up with, Xenorex and Captain Cosmic, is that they're sisters, but they're half sisters. Like they're paternal half sisters, because their father is a deity, a god. For those who don't know the difference, not really a difference, they're the same thing. Anyways, Xenorex is the older sister of the two, but again, they have the same father but different mothers. And I came up with this idea that the way it works in my universe is that if you any children born of a god, like certain gods, like Xenorex and Captain Cosmic's father, like their form can either be whatever they want that form to be, or it's more of like, I don't know how to describe it, but basically he doesn't really have like he has a humanoid form, but his outward appearance does not resemble anything human or typical of a mortal. Almost like a form of energy that's taken a human shape, something like that. Kind of like how it works with Livewire. Livewire from DC Comics. Again, for anyone who doesn't know. Wait, is Livewire that obscure in comics now? I guess she is. Anyways, so their appearances really match more of their mothers. Of course, both of their mothers are from different planets. They're not from Earth. Whereas Xenorex's mother is from a planet who's a dark-skinned, red-haired woman. And Captain Cosmic, I need to come up with an actual name for her. Because Xenorex, that's her birth name, Xenorex. Captain Cosmic, that's just a superhero name for her. But anyways, Captain Cosmic, her mother was a pale-skinned, blue-haired woman. And Captain Cosmic getting her mother's looks. And both of them having different powers. Xenorex having lightning, electricity. Captain Cosmic having quantum energy. Quantum cosmic energy. Now, how would that work? Like, yeah, you can't just go with, well, their father is a god, so like, yeah, that would explain them having powers and being stronger than your average mortal to begin with. But it's like, if they're both sisters and they both get their powers from their father, shouldn't they both have quantum energy? Because their father is a time god, because he can control time. I don't know why I feel the need to specify so many things that should be obvious. Oh well. Well, I could have Captain Cosmic first, then later Xenorax. Do I want to play an Ajax? No, I'll play as Carrie. Yeah, I can't think of anything that would justify that. Both of them coming from the exact same father, but having completely different powers. Both of them, their power of flight, super strength, and being able to fly at near hypersonic speed, faster than a fighter jet. Like what, Mach 700? Very fast, but obviously not as fast as the top 10 species that I've created. I'll get to those characters later. Why are you part of a league? Yeah, I'll think of some way of how exactly it works that they have the same father but different powers. I'll work that out somehow at some point. I forgot what I was thinking. Oh yeah, I was talking about... Oh. Well, I already said that Captain Cosmic, her specific power of controlling quantum energy comes from her father, who's a time god. And her being a demigod, like her older sister Xenorax, so naturally she inherited his power. I'm trying to think, how would explain Xenorax? Oh, maybe it could be like, because he's a god, he's able to specifically choose which of his children he passes his power on to. Wow, whichever woman he impregnates. Old man static shock. Well, whatever woman he chooses to impregnate, while they're still pregnant, he can choose whether that child will later inherit his powers or not. So maybe it could be that for Xenorax, he chose not to empower her, and instead, her power of electricity actually comes from her mother. But yeah, kind of like Korea. Whoa. Kind of like Korea, Xenorax is also jealous of Captain Cosmic. Only, in a way, Xenorax's jealousy of her little sister is actually much more justified. Or not justified, but it makes more sense. Of one sibling being shown more attention than the other. I actually forgot for a moment I'm already part of the League. At least with this character. Is there any random missions in general I want to do? But anyways, with Xenorex and Captain Cosmic, unlike let's see. Well, first with Xenorex, she was more or less like the result of her father having an affair, or more of a one night stand with a mortal woman, which led to her being born. Like, it's not that he planned for Xenorex for Xenorex's birth, nor did he actually even want it to begin with. But it just happened. Like, he didn't even bother to stay behind to see the child born. Like, he only knows of Xenorex's existence because after she was born, her mother raised her. She was old enough to go out on her own. She sought out her father, got in contact with him, and he basically didn't really care about her. And finding out he had a child with another woman who he does care for, that ends up fueling her hatred towards Captain Cosmic. Now, out of some slight sisterly bond that she met, or sisterly instinct, she'll torment Captain Cosmic, make her feel inferior, but won't outright kill her. Whereas with Captain Cosmic, her father actually fell in love with her mother and actually does care about Captain Cosmic. Favoritism. How often it's done in a way that can easily tear a family apart. Hey, how much would I get for all this? That's it? Man, I was hoping for sure that would put me a little closer to... Hey, I had a feeling that's deleted forever. Anyways, I thought for sure that was going to give me a little closer to a million. Like around 8,000. Man, I want to go back to Carrie's original costume. But at the same time, I really like this one I made. Kind of makes me think of Wolverine and a bit of Sabretooth a little bit. Oh well, all it is the... Let's see. That's the one piece. The bottoms are one piece. The top is power style. I forget what the belt is, but the arms, shoulder, and headpiece are the shaman. So it's not like I wouldn't be able to remember how to put it together. I keep forgetting the name of the back piece. Oh, Atlantean Monarch. You know, I probably would give her something that would cover her legs, or give her some kind of footwear if I could have found anything that looks more tribal. But yeah, well. Let's see, electrostatic. So these two I will save for Xenorex. Damage the weapon. 30 minutes? Polarization mechanism. Fires a pulse, magnetizing, damaging nearby enemies. So that's more magnetism. Magnetic field. Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't sound like anything Captain Cosmic should be able to do as far as quantum. Because quantum is like time-based stuff. This is magnetism. Or I could say that quantum energy or quantum manipulation is her main power, but she's also able to manipulate other like cosmic energy, but to a lesser degree. And I could just simply say that that's just the benefit of actually having power bestowed upon her by her father, unlike Xenorex, whose power comes from her mother. And her basic power, the only power she got from her dad, are the basic powers all of his kids would get. The basic powers of flight, strength, durability, interstellar travel, and a few lesser known abilities, but I'm not really going to get into all that. Damages and freezes nearby enemies in time with chronometric distortions. Actually, no, I would say that for whoever else I can find that for. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gonna have to switch around between my characters to collect that stuff before I go back to carry. I think out of everyone I've made so far, yeah, Carrie's the only one who I created as being related to a pre-existing character from comics, specifically as the daughter of Swamp Thing. Some of the characters I made, like Mr. Marvelous and Madam Washington, those two I definitely made inspired by, not to be related to, but simply inspired by characters from Marvel Comics. But Carrie's like the only one I created, not just inspired by, but also directly related to. And I created her as being the daughter of Swamp Thing. More specifically, like the second child of, oh, right there, of Swamp Thing and who the hell was his wife? Oh yeah, Abby Arcane. And go. No, I'll worry about that another time. Yeah, definitely I need to get some resources together so I can start upgrading. I need to get back to grinding for materials for Corona. Man, almost kind of sad. I've been neglecting Corona for a while. Almost really like that kind of character in comics who started off as being one of the most popular, but not faded into obscurity, but just hasn't been seen as much around. Electrostatics, so I'll next go to Xenorax. This chunk of kryptonite, affected by the dimensional energies of the Phantom Zone, temporarily grants Kryptonian-like powers on the user, significantly changing your appearance, movement mode, weapon, and superpowers for the duration. Effects are removed on zone. What sucks is that when you use it, it only temporarily changes your appearance and abilities, or not even for the full duration. Like, not even a quarter of the duration. Or for a quarter of the whole cooldown. Sucks. Not like the effect it has or the abilities it gives you, but what sucks is just how limiting it is. But it's also limited in the moves it gives you. You only get like 3 unique powers from it, which is just super breath, some kind of stomp ability, and what was the other thing? Let's see, so just heat vision, super breath, and some ground pound. And that's it. So next Xenorax and then Captain Cosmic. Wait, I was talking about the origins for Carrie. She's the daughter, second daughter of Swampine and Abigail, who was born. Cause no, this was like like yeah, long before New 52. It was because when Tae Holland was born, um, who was it that did the comic? But oh yeah, during the Alan Moore run of the Swamp Thing series. So definitely some significant amount of time before that, because it was like what, sometime when after Tayfay was born, and while she was a little toddler, Swamp Thing. Can't remember what he did, but he did. Oh yeah, he went off somewhere for a while, and left a copy of himself. And when he came back, and both the original and the copy were fighting each other, the original absorbed the copy back into himself. Abby was so angry at him for his deception that she left him. And his daughter Tayfay, what was it, Janet? No, Jane. Lady Jane. She took Tayfay with her as they went into the green. And just wanted to say thanks and let you know we have a league haul. I am a returning player, so I'm working on getting league buffs up. We were iconic, but it's up to any player now. Let me know if you need any help. Anything, I'll help. Man, very grateful for someone like me just simply joining, aren't they? Oh, let's just make sure I don't let them down. So what is left? Graviton. Same time. Force of gravity. So these two will go to Captain Cosmic. Dealing damage. This will go to Najax. Fire post negative toxic. I think I'll give that one to Nor. Gotta make sure to take the trash out before I go to bed. Chronometric emitter. Damages and freezing at time. Stuns nearby enemies with the force of gravity. I guess part of the no, definitely for a fact, part of the issue with playing this game, because I've done so many of the missions so many times. That's always the unfortunate thing about when you beat a game a certain number of times, or when it feels like it's getting repetitive. Even when you create a new character to start from the beginning, But of course, that's why variety and replayability are so important in games. And this is definitely one of my favorite games to play. Man, I lost track of when I was talking about the whole backstory behind Carrie. Because, as I already said, daughter of Swamp Things, born sometime after Tefei. So it'd be. I don't remember, it was during the Alan Moore run, but I can't remember the specific issue or volume for when it happened. The whole thing, like I said, about Swamp Thing going off, leaving behind a copy, and then upon his return, Abby realizes she's been deceived. She gets angry, leaves him. Then Lady Jane, another swamp, or not swamp, but another plant element, takes Tefei with her because she believes Swamp Thing wasn't really fit to be a father. And yeah, it wasn't Alan Moore. It was someone else who took over the comic after Alan Moore had left. Where Tefei did come back, so they did a story with her. But again, it was by a different artist and a different writer. But anyways, so it'll be sometime after that. It'll be sometime after that whole thing where Abigail and Swamp Thing, they set aside their differences. Like Swamp Thing apologizes, they get back together, and at some point they're able to go through the process again of having a child. And that second child they have ends up being Carrie. Or what if it's like instead, because during Swamp Thing's, even though Swamp Thing was married, well, no, it's not like he ever stopped being married to Abigail before the New 52 reboot. But it was after even though he had married her by this point, he had an affair behind her back with Lady Jane. Where it wasn't even their physical forms, but their spiritual or abstract forms, where they had sex together. Which I'm like, wait, if they're just spirits at that point, or like no actual physical form, what do they call it? Corporeal? Like, how would they be able to feel anything? Yeah, an interesting question for another time. And all I can think is that, like, Swamp Thing is one of my favorite characters in comic books, but man, like, I know characters aren't exactly meant to be perfect or without fault. I'm thinking, damn, Swamp Thing, how are you gonna do that to your wife? Just cheat on her behind her back. That's just terrible. Like, at that point, can you blame Abby for being upset that you ran off somewhere without saying anything, living behind a fake, without her even knowing? And at some point, you had an affair with another woman who was also there taking care of your child. So it's like, what if, like, so considering Swamp Thing had an affair at that point, I'm wondering, what if it's like he had an affair again? But how would that work though? Because then there was the New 52 reboot because everything was changed. And then the rebirth event happened, which it brought back some characters who had disappeared throughout New 52. And because like the version we have of Shazam is still the New 52 version, having somehow come back. Whereas, I don't know, they did some weird thing with Superman where his New 52 counterpart died, but his pre-New 52, basically the one we had throughout the Bronze/Modern Age, where, what was it? The Superman we had from the beginning of the Bronze Age all the way to the end towards Flashpoint, pre-Flashpoint. Yeah, that's the Superman we had for a while. Like that version came back, and then we got some new version that happened as a result of the Convergence event. I don't know how to describe it, but it was weird. But I don't even know what the hell. I think like Rebirth was, from what I read, Rebirth was trying to reestablish, like it was still gonna keep some elements, some story and character elements from New 52, but also kinda, not entirely, but kind of reestablishing everything to how it was before Flashpoint happened. It was a weird thing they did. It made no damn sense. But anyways, they did all of that, and I don't know if Swamp Thing who appeared throughout DC Rebirth was the same one from New 52, or if it was a different version altogether, or if it was pre-Flashpoint Bronze Age Swamp Thing. Because with Cheetah, they basically made a new version of Cheetah with a brand new origin and redesign altogether, as opposed to keeping New 52 or pre-Flashpoint Cheetah. So yeah, some characters will return to their pre-Flashpoint appearance. Others were kept with their New 52 story elements. Others just got a complete redesign and revamp altogether. So confused. What is there even to be confused about? And look at these superhero dorks over here. Why the hell do I even have an Ajax dressed like this? An Ajax, the most powerful Martian in the multiverse. The White Martian. Can only imagine how a meeting between him and Miss Martian would go. All my friends are offline. Universal Super Gods. I don't know why I was thinking Dragon Ball with the Z. The letter Z right there. Ooh, I got an idea for Carrie. Maybe instead of specifically being... Wait, how the hell did I get this? Maybe like instead of being related to Tayfay, because wasn't Tayfay basically written out of existence as a result of the New 52? Kind of like how all those other people, whoever became the Cheetah before or after Minerva, were written out of existence and just being written as aliases for Minerva to use, because that's what they did. Priscilla Rich, her cousin Debbie Domain, and Sebastian Balestros. they were all written out of existence, out of continuity as a result of the New 52, were just redesigned as just as fake names that was used by Minerva when she committed crimes around the world. Very unfortunate, but that's the hand they got dealt. So I think the same happened to Teife, because after the end of Teife's run, or like when Teife had her short starring role, and yeah, I can't remember what issue or volumes it was, but at some point during the Swamp Thing series, Teife was the main character for a little while. Stories were focusing more on her a bit, but at some point her story came to an end, and I remember for many years after that, from the mid 2000s onwards until when was New 52? 2016? No, it wasn't 2016. No, New 52 started. No, it was way further back. It was like what, 2011? It was like 2010, 2011. And I think like 2016 was when New 52 ended, and New 52 was, I think it was like 2015, 2016, where New 52 ended and Rebirth started. You get rid of this stuff. So yeah, I can say that instead of being born in that specific era or that timeline, I could just say that instead she was born, said that Carrie, the daughter of Swamp Thing and Abigail, was instead born after sometime like what? Like in modern age, current age comics right now. And thus making her the only child of Swamp Thing. Unless you want to explore the idea of him having an affair behind Abby's back, like he did back there in the Alan Moore series, when he had that affair with plant element Janet. I keep saying Janet, or wanting to say Janet Jane. Lady Jane. When he basically fucked her behind his wife's back. Swamp Thing jackass. Can't believe he would do that. How would that work? Because like if they're doing the whole thing, getting down and dirty in their elemental or corporeal forms, like they're basically their non-physical forms, spiritual forms. Would it be spiritual? I think for Swamp Thing, yeah, it'd probably be like a spiritual form sort of thing. Joker's Legacy Time Capsule. Yeah, I'm gonna give that to the league. I keep forgetting, what is the league's name? Tsunami. Oh yeah, it was when I was doing the Ultraviolet event, teaming up with some guy who basically created his own version of Kid Boo. And I think it was either in the middle of the mission or towards the end of that duo where they invited me to join their league. Plenty of others who are like Dragon Ball OCs. Someone whose own version of Cell, one is Frieza, and a whole bunch of other characters from Toonami. How many animes have I been introduced to because of Toonami? There's a lot of animes that I grew up watching as a kid, and I only know the existence of them because of Toonami. Of course, if I remember correctly, that was the whole point of Toonami. A way for people in the West, mainly young adults, to watch cartoons that are either obscure or are from a foreign country, Japan in this case. Just be able to, again, watch something that isn't aired regularly on American networks. $307. Oh man, got a low battery. I think next time I stream this, I'll discuss the origins of Nor and Ajax. I like the music that plays when you end up in Metropolis. Okay, seriously, why the heck does my PvP indicator keep going off? How did that turn it on? I don't want it on. Stupid. I should really start, like, whenever I play games, don't just appreciate the music, but also look into the composers. Like, actually, I can't think of anyone. I'll give this one to Nora. Man, all the stuff I got. I should create more characters as Martians. Martians are awesome. Martians, and well, specifically Martians as they're portrayed by DC Comics. But swamp creatures, like swamp monsters, like Swamp Thing and Man Thing, like just swamp monsters in general, are also pretty dang cool. It's amazing to me how so many people will say that Man Thing would somehow easily stomp Swamp Thing. And I'm thinking, how can you say that when, yeah, both of them have impermissible conduct? Yeah, they're both swamp creatures. Their bodies are composed of vegetable matter. But you got one who's essentially a mindless, almost nothing more than a mindless husk who just slowly walks from place to place, versus one who's not only pretty damn smart, but knows it, yeah, he has conscience, knows exactly what he's doing, he's pretty damn smart, and has power over the green. Man-Thing has no power over the green, over plant life. So one having a more wide variety of abilities. Let's see, one who has a wide variety of abilities, and let's see, in addition to a wide variety of abilities, but also is very much has a conscience. Cautious? Anyways, knows exactly what he's doing, and it has better ability of just interacting with the world around him. Man-Thing just being more somewhat mindless, just again, just the kind of person who just slowly walks from place to place, not doing anything. Okay, it was a link I just joined as one of these characters where someone actually sent me a thank you immediately afterwards. Is it this one? No, it sounds like I just joined. Garth, is that you? Yeah, I think with Carrie, I think I'll just keep it where, since Tefei was written out of existence as a result of New 52. Then again, wasn't she technically? Nah, I guess you could say she was already written out. It was guaranteed to be before the next reboot, when at the end of her little solo series within Swamp Thing, she was never used or seen again. So I think it could be that not only was she really basically retconned, But just at the same time, probably just forgotten all of. They've probably forgot all about her to begin with.
It's all one giant bid to spread doom. Stand up for, truth and justice.
They serve to one out of fear, teach them to fear justice.
I think it was a league I joined. It was either with Korea or Xenorax. Man, I really want to keep this costume. It looks so cool on her. But she's not really the pharaoh type that, yeah, she controls plants, find plants all over the damn jungle, but nah. Only question is, do I want to keep that hairstyle? Oddly enough, I remember the park skin I gave her being a darker shade than that.
No superpowers except my own will and intelligence. The future is fragile.
Yo, Lex is creepy as hell, man. And he's got machines projecting his image with recordings of his own voice.
With no superpowers except my own will.
Look at you, dang. Imagine being that obsessed with
The
yourself.
future is fragile.
You're going to see the others too.
I have great hopes for you. You can aid my plan to defeat these so-called heroes.
Man, these ultraviolets are such a problem that the Green Lanterns have to step in. Where the heck are the Blue Lanterns? In fact, why don't the Star Sapphires get involved too? Are they supposed to be like an occasional allies to the Green Lanterns? Aren't the Blue and Green Lanterns supposed to be on such good terms that they have no problem working together as well? Okay, so I get that it's plant life, that you're controlling nature, basically. But it kind of says there's no long-range sort of beam attack that this ability set comes with. Just about all the other power sets have that, where you have some, whether it's like energy you're firing from your hand, or energy you're firing from a weapon, or you fire it in the form of a beam. An ongoing beam of some sort that does damage in quick succession. Whereas with elemental, with the nature power, you get this. It doesn't look bad, but it just doesn't stay on screen long enough like the other beam attacks do. And even then, I think also I think sorcery also has that same problem. Doesn't come with a beam attack, despite it also being a form of energy. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think that many power sets have some kind of like energy beam that you fire. An interruptible attack that does some big damage on its own, but not really a very long-lasting beam attack. Like Celestial has a beam attack like that, but it's not a very long-lasting one. But I guess that's part of the reason why they have heat vision. Like you want some kind of like cool beam attack, but of course you still got to be careful with so it doesn't get interrupted. Then you could just get heat vision, assign it to whoever. So I said Celestial has a beam attack like that, but it's not like a huge beam. It's not as fun to use. Oh yeah, Atomic. Atomic has a beam attack like that. Like the beam itself isn't as big as heat vision, but it still does pretty good damage. And it's also pretty long lasting like heat vision is. Yeah, I guess because it's nature and it's supposed to give like a sort of jungle thing, I think that would make sense why nature would also allow you to transform into animals, like animals being a part of nature as well. Like this one, you just turn into a straight up dog. This turns you into a werewolf, or a humanoid wolf form. Lycan, I think it's called. This turns you to a gorilla. Man, this one, wait. Yeah, this one turns you into a humanoid insect. An insectoid. Kind of weird how it chooses how it works out. One turns you into a humanoid insect, insectoid, whatever. One turns you into what's supposed to be a wolf form, like a humanoid wolf, basically. One turns you into a full-on gorilla, and the other one turns you into a regular dog. Like not a humanoid gorilla, like an anthropomorphic gorilla, and not a humanoid dog. But then again, if you could turn into a humanoid dog, wouldn't it be better to just turn into a humanoid wolf, which is basically supposed to be more dangerous? I think that's the idea they were going behind. Then why not turn into something? Why not give them the ability to turn into something besides that thing? Like, what would be a good substitute for a dog? Ooh, maybe like a dinosaur, like how about like instead just another humanoid? Then you got the human, like you got the insectoid, the humanoid wolf. It's another humanoid you could turn into, like a turtle. uh, what else would make for a pretty cool humanoid you could turn into with nature instead of the fourth one being a dang dog? Because with the other animal transformations, you get those alternate movement modes. Like you get acrobatics with gorilla, super speed with the wolf, and flight with the insectoid. So what good would turning into another animal serve? Can't think. 'Cause turning into a dog doesn't really do anything for your movement, and you can't like go. You can't switch to other phases or switch to different screens without immediately transforming back into your base form if you turn into the dog. Whereas with the other forms, since they're humanoid enough, then you stay in those forms unless you choose to change back. Jeez, if I keep scratching my arm, we're gonna scratch the damn flesh off. I don't want that now, will we? We'll change her hair. I was good. I gotta take better care of my headphones. If I'm not careful, I can end up breaking my stuff. Bad. It was pretty cool one time when I was playing this game, and someone was able to actually recognize my character by both the name and the looks as a Swamp Thing type character. Because they said how they themselves are fans of. Dang, I can remember his first name or his last name. I can't remember his first name. Because the last name I gave Carrie, which is. Wait a minute. If I. Like the last name, Wrightson, comes from one of the two guys responsible for creating Swamp Thing. Like the original Swamp Thing comic with Alex Olsen as the main character, and then the second one with Alec Holland. Can't remember his first name. I just remember his last name, Wrightson. But anyways, some other player was able to recognize again that my character was related to Swamp Thing in some way. And we kind of talked a bit about how we're both fans of Swamp Thing and what the artist, what his writers were able to do with him. Yeah, here's the hope that at some point we get another Swamp Thing solo series. You can never have too much Swamp Thing. I was saying earlier how I was glad for that. What was that event? Oh yeah, the spring event where Swamp Thing was in town or somewhere in the Watchtower and needed help stopping Poison Ivy from taking over the green. Although I feel like at no point, at no point, should Poison Ivy of all people ever be able to pose a threat to Swamp Thing. Someone who undoubtedly is not only is he stronger and far more powerful than her, but has much greater control over the Green. Like, no way the Green would side with her over him, considering he was actually chosen to be its avatar, where just about every iteration of her got her powers from a lab accident. Oh, that looked creepy for a moment. I don't know what the hell I'm doing at this point. Hmm. Yeah, for so long I had the origin of her story being that she's the second daughter of Swamp Thing and Abigail, and thus the younger sister of Tay-Fay. But now I think about it, I'm thinking maybe it would make more sense if she was more like their only child born sometime after, like sometime in the current era. Yeah, I think the rebirth era has ended. Where are they in right now? Frontier, Infinite Frontier era, something like that. It's basically like during current time events, she'd be born as the only daughter of Swampy and Abigail. Man, I keep ending up here by mistake. I meant to go to not the House of Legends, but the Watchtower. It is 3:37. Oh no, it's not at 4, it's around 6 o'clock. They usually shut down the service for about an hour. And usually from there, it's about an hour of waiting until the service come back on. Hmm. Yeah, I'll keep the hair like this. Hey, wait, I have enough justice tokens to get the Martian hair for her. Oh. So far, Nor and Ajax are the only two characters I have who I have to be dedicated Martians. Anyone else, and they're just, I don't know how to describe it. Like occasionally I have them dress up like Martians, but not really that often. Need to get me some money so I can buy me a year-long membership. So I can start using my other characters, catch them up. The hell? Oh, it's a back piece. Oh, that's what that weird glitch I saw before was. What? Creep? I don't know what I'm gonna do for next time I stream this game. can't come up with any ideas. I think next time, yeah, I think it would just be that, just more of me just streaming this game, me playing randomly. But really, I definitely would like to get some people together to play this game. But I know Flip would be out of the question. He says so himself, games like this just require too much time and dedication to play. So that's why he doesn't play online games like this. It'd be nice if we could play Dauntless together again at some point. Hey, I need to find out if what was I thinking of? Hold on a second. Yeah, my buddy King Ray. See if he's ever available. Oh wow, kind of look like Starfire, but even deeper shade of red. Oh well, that's the end of that for this game. Like I had no idea what to do next at this point. I don't know if I want to switch to another game, if I want to go to bed. But I'll find something to do. Next time, hopefully, I can eventually get some people together to play this game. Even if it's just us literally doing a bunch of missions together, I wouldn't mind that. Alright, so long everybody. Have a good night.